Ôi, không đặt là tôi nhảy đó. Chắc chắn đặt là nhiều hãng xe.
Right now, we're higher by 2.4. In the bond market, treasuries lower, much cheaper, much weaker. Yields much higher, up 17 basis points to 4.44. The moves are global. The dollar's stronger. The Mexican peso is weaker. Dollar Mex up by 2.6%. The Chinese currency weaker. The yen weaker. The equity market moves global as well. The Nikkei 225 rallying by 2.5%. More on the markets, on the scores. The score right now, 214, 187. Trump leads Harris with more still to come. Coming up next, the latest in the race to 270. Election night 2024 continues.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal-making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones, I can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie.
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
Do you need a clap?
No, I think we're ready.
Ready? Go.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Tomo.
Hey there, Emily.
You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
Live from New York City's election night 2024, 214, 187, and a big headline crossing. Let's get over to Joe Matthew for more. Hey, Joe.
Brings us to Ohio, once a swing state, now a red state. Jonathan, this is a big one, and I want to be very careful here. We're not calling races at Bloomberg. We're just calling things as we're seeing them. And the Senate race between Sherrod Brown, who, of course, chairs the Senate Banking Committee, and Bernie Moreno, one that we saw tightening over recent days, could be on the verge of getting a real call from the Associated Press here. Multiple networks are now calling this in favor of the Republican Bernie Moreno, who ran for the Senate in 2022 but dropped out. J.D. Vance ended up going in that direction. Of course, we know how that ended for him. We saw a real tightening in the polls after 538 showed Brown about 3 points ahead of Moreno just a couple of weeks ago. Things started to tighten. There was a thought that the populist Sherrod Brown could convince some voters to ticket split. A state that was expected to go for Donald Trump thought that he could survive. Apparently not in the cards here. Sherrod Brown goes down tonight to Bernie Moreno, which is a flip. Now, this is 2 for Republicans, having learned earlier today that Jim Justice, as expected, would win the Senate seat in West Virginia, being vacated by Joe Manchin. John?
Hey, Joe, thank you. More from Joe in about 10 minutes' time. This just speaks again to the lean we've seen in this market towards Trump, towards Republicans. Danny has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Yeah, the results might be a slight lean. The market's a huge lean. The bond market has been sending a clear signal all night, and that is one of pricing in a Trump victory. You can see for both your 10 and 30-year yields higher by about 17 basis points. 10-year yield stands at 4.44. I just want to go over some of the global ramifications that this is having, especially with the Asia trade up and running. I believe it's the lunch break in Hong Kong. Regardless, you are seeing a dollar-yen that has been on the move. We are at a July high of 153. Now, Mizuho says at 155, if we get there, that is the level to start to expect some jawboning, some intervention from officials. The other fear coming into this market, does this mean that the BOJ will be hiking in December if this sticks? Yields are moving higher in Japan because of that, and equities are liking it. Specifically, the banks, the Topix banks, you can see there moving 4.5%. Higher yields, the banks cheer that. So overall, that means the Nikkei up some 2.4%, John.
Danny, thank you. And here's another reason. We have another projection, a key battleground state. Trump wins North Carolina. With more, here's Katie Lights.
North Carolina with it, John, bringing 16 more electoral votes for Donald Trump. His total right now 230 to Kamala Harris's 179. North Carolina, of course, one of the Sun Belt states that the Trump campaign was feeling incredibly confident about when Joe Biden was still in this race, less so once Kamala Harris entered. And yet, according to the Associated Press, he has been able to pull it off in that state. With 89% of the votes counted, it looks like he's going to win by a margin of just under 3 percentage points. At least that's where we stand right now. Now, this does mean that the path is getting more narrow for Kamala Harris. We've been reiterating all evening that she has to win one of 3 states. North Carolina was one of them. Now that that is off the table, called for Donald Trump, she will either need to win Georgia or Pennsylvania. And the race in those 2 states remains too close to call. Pennsylvania, of course, has 19 electoral votes. Right now, 76% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump is leading 51% to 47.9%. In Georgia, with 90% of the vote in, he is up by nearly 3 points. Again, North Carolina now taken off the board for Kamala Harris, called for Donald Trump with its 16 electoral votes. He's now at 230, Harris at 179 in the race to 270, John.
He is 40 away. Katie Knight, thank you. Anne-Marie, your take.
Well, in North Carolina, he won in 2016 and in 2020. So it did look like the Republicans were going to be able to hold this state, even though we do know the governorship went to a Democrat. But this is normal for North Carolina. They like to split their tickets. What's interesting is that reading the tea leaves over the course of the past 2 weeks, Trump was making a lot of stops in North Carolina. So there was this momentum potential that Harris was picking up speed and ground, especially as the demographics of this state has been changing. Some people from the Northeast have been moving down to North Carolina. There was also this question on whether or not some of these rural areas that went for Trump in 2020 and 2016 were hit with the hurricanes. Were they going to be out and get out and vote? They all came out, they voted, and he picked up 16 electoral votes.
It's 11:20 Eastern Time on the East Coast. Europe will be waking up to this shortly, Charles, and I want you to help explain to a global audience where we are at 230 to 187. How narrow is the path now for Harris?
Look, she's got to win the blue wall. She's got to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She'll win the congressional district in Nebraska, but she still has a path. You know, again, I remember 4 years ago, exactly at this time, the markets had moved, the betting markets and financial markets had moved to a Trump reelect, and we didn't know the result till Saturday. I don't think it's going to take that long, but we're not going to know the result tonight. I think she's still definitely in the fight. Again, as I said earlier, I think the mistake on her campaign's part was creating an expectation that was too high that she was going to win North Carolina and it would be more of a sweep. It all comes down to the blue wall.
Especially since Trump won it in 2016 and in 2020. Jay, when do you think we'll get the final results?
Well, I'm not really the expert on the political side. I think it's probably more to Charles than to me, but I think it will be sooner rather than later. So I don't think it's going to go multiple days. I think we're going to know probably in the next 24 hours. You know, for me as an investor, the markets are already talking. So that's really where I have to, and investors have to maneuver, because we're going to be in real time tomorrow.
But Charles thinks she holds the blue wall. In that case, what kind of reversal will we see on these trades?
Yeah, it's going to be a face-ripping reversal, because, as we've talked about a couple times, bonds are already massively oversold. Latin America is already massively oversold. You're getting big moves on top of big moves, which, when it comes the other way, there's nothing to really stop you from going, you know, in a major direction, and it will be very, very bloody, because people are going to have no choice but to reverse themselves, because the only reason for making these moves is a Trump victory. Right? I mean, if you're expecting a Harris victory, you're actually going the other way. Rates will come in, dollar will weaken, and other things will start to move. And so it will be really massive. And I'm kind of happy that we don't play that game. we're not day traders, and so we're not going to.
That was going to be my next question, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If we could sort of aggressively shorten the time horizon, what would your advice be? What would you do right now?
Well, I mean, it depends on, you know, what you see depends on where you sit, right? I mean, we're sitting fully invested. We're sitting at TPW Advisory. We're completely out of treasuries, as we have been for quite some time. We've talked about that many times. We're long different parts of the world. We're long commodities. We're long cyclicals. We like China. What's interesting to me is the thought, if Trump is to win, and he can move on trade, that probably means tariffs go up pretty significantly. That's really negative for U.S. earnings, which means the U.S. equity market probably is going to struggle going down the road. So I think it's actually going to be tricky to kind of figure out how exactly to play going forward. I think at the moment, we're not going to be doing much of anything, right? We're going to sit, we're going to watch, we're going to observe, and we're going to decide over time, because we do have things like the Fed cutting rates, China policy response on Friday, seasonality, the best 3 months of the year right now, positioning, technicals. There's a lot of things that on the underlying fundamentals, including, most importantly, earnings, have been very robust. And that's what we have to remember as investors. All of this stuff ultimately is kind of noise. What really drives stocks is earnings. And we've seen that over the last couple of years. Charles and I were talking in the green room, right? We've had all these geopolitical issues, and yet stocks have gone up. Why? Because earnings have done well. And if earnings continue to do well, then stocks
and
would
they
be
might
okay.
do even better if there was a change potentially in the corporate tax rate. Charles, the blue wall, you say she maintains. Where is she the most vulnerable?
I think in Michigan, because of the Arab American vote, it's really the variable that, like, it's almost impossible to get a sense of which way they're going to go. So I would say Michigan is where she's most vulnerable.
Charles, you're going to stick with us alongside Jay Pulaski. Coming up on this program, we're still waiting for results from Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Election night 2024 continues with some big moves in this market. Equity futures up by more than 1%, seeing a rip in small caps up by 2.3. If you get to the bond market, these are the moves: 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, up by 15. The 10-year was up by close to 20 about an hour ago, up by 16 right now on 30s. And in the FX market, when you see moves like that in bonds, you're bound to see a much stronger dollar, and that's what you see across G10, in foreign exchange and in AEM, with the Mexican peso seeing a 3% move against the dollar, a much, much weaker Mexican peso. From New York, good evening.
Things like making sure your account is private, right? When you sign up and you're a teenager, private by default, that you're focused on adding people you already know out in the real world, your real friends, that, our service doesn't have, public likes, these comparison metrics that we know, can make people feel bad about themselves. We moderate the content that we distribute on our platform to try to mitigate, the spread of harmful content. So we've tried to make a lot of choices to, make our service, a healthy and fun place with friends. And we hear that, when we do research, we find that people, rank Snapchat as the happiest platform. They say that it helps them feel closer to their friends. So I think we're really focused on what we can control in terms of improving the product experience. And then we always try to encourage parents, don't let your teenager, use Snapchat unless they're above the age of 13. And there are tools available today on your phone, iOS, Android, that are really easy to use to help limit, what teens can use on their phones.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from New York City, what a night so far. 230 Trump, 187 Harris, and an equity market that's running away. On the S&P 500, higher by 1.2%. On a Russell, the small caps up by 2.4%. And the election war with more on the race to 270. Here's Kenny Lights.
Well, John, obviously, we just got perhaps the biggest call of the evening so far. Donald Trump winning North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes, which is why he now stands at 230 to Kamala Harris's 187. And of course, Kamala Harris's campaign, we understand this evening, has said that it is now focused on the blue wall. So those are the states I want to zero in on, beginning in Wisconsin. Overall, 67% of the vote in Wisconsin is in. Trump is up right now by about 3 percentage points. But I want to focus on 2 counties in particular, one being Door County. This is a county that has voted for every winner of every presidential election since 1996. So the past 6 cycles, 99% of the votes are in there, and Kamala Harris has won by a margin of just over 2 points. The other county to watch in Wisconsin is Milwaukee County, of course, highly populous. Only 54% of the votes are in right now, and Kamala Harris is leading there by 35 points. So perhaps it is still too early in the night to write off Wisconsin completely for her campaign. Then we move to Michigan. The vote count is moving a lot slower there. Right now, just 34% of the tally is in Michigan. But at this time, it is a big lead for Donald Trump, nearly 7 percentage points, 51.4% to Kamala Harris's 46.9%. And finally, Pennsylvania, of course, the critical linchpin in this race to 270 with its 19 electoral votes. 77% of the votes are in. And right now, Trump is up by about 3.5 points, 51.3% to Harris's 47.8%. Where to watch in Pennsylvania specifically at this hour are the counties around Philadelphia, which are highly populated and don't have all of their vote count in at this point. So think Delaware County, Montgomery County, and Chester County, for example, where Harris is up 20 points, but only 48% of the count is in. The 2 other counties I would point to in Pennsylvania are Bucks County. This, of course, is a bellwether, and right now it is almost a dead even. 49.7% for Kamala Harris, 49.4% for Trump, with just over half the vote counted, 52%. And of course, the county of them all that is perhaps the biggest bellwether in North Carolina is Northampton County. It has voted for the winner of the presidential race in the state of North Carolina every year since 1948. And right now, it is polling for Donald Trump. John.
Kelly, thank you. Just to recap, that new projection in the last couple of moments, if you are just joining us, the key battleground state of North Carolina goes to Trump. Bloomberg's Anna Edgerton joins us now from North Carolina. Anna, your take this evening.
Yeah, I'm here at the Democratic Watch Party where the news hasn't really registered yet. We're seeing some hugs of solidarity with between the Democratic supporters here, but there's been some reason for Democrats to celebrate. Down ballot, they've had much more success with the victory of Josh Stein as governor and Jeff Jackson, a Democrat for Attorney General. We also have Don Davis leading North Carolina's 1st congressional district. With that presidential loss, if that's confirmed by Donald Trump win here in North Carolina, it's a huge blow to Democrats. They knew it was an uphill climb, but they were really invested, had volunteers out. We're working hard to try to flip this state for Kamala Harris.
A ton of ground game there in North Carolina from the Kamala Harris campaign. I know they're setting up tons of shops there, knocking on doors. But Anna, isn't this how North Carolina individuals vote? They split their ticket?
Can you ask that again? Sorry, it's a little loud here.
Well, isn't this exactly how individuals in North Carolina vote? They love to split their ticket.
That's right. Yeah, we've had lots of examples of split tickets in the past. Democratic governors have won the last roughly decades of elections here. We've had a Democratic attorney general since the 1800s, and we haven't had a Democrat win as president since 2008. So exactly what you're saying, split tickets, not something is surprising here in North Carolina, but certainly disappointment for Democrats.
Hey, Anna, appreciate the update. Thank you. New projection, Harris wins New Mexico. The latest tally, 230 to 192. On the balance of power, here's Joe Matthew. Hey, Joe.
Hey, we warned you that it was going to be a long time before we could call the House, that New York was going to take a while, but also factor heavily into the way that the balance of power is decided in the House of Representatives. We just got one from the New York delegation here. Nick LaLota keeps his seat, winning his House race in New York State. Republicans hold on in the challenge by John Avlon. This is a Long Island district, and it's one that we can check the box on as we're joined by Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Guys, we've seen some some pretty important news break in the last half hour or so. Ohio is where I want to start with you, Jeannie, right now as our Democrat. Sherrod Brown, so much for the populism. The folksy guy with the frumpy jacket, he's still lost to Republican Bernie Moreno. There was a thought that we could see some true ticket splitting in that state. What happened?
You know, I think the reality is so much of our politics today has become nationalized, and it was going to be very tough for Sherrod Brown to win in a state that is so red. And of course, you've got Donald Trump at the top of this ticket. You know, for Sherrod Brown to hold that out, he's never been tested like this because his last two elections were in non-presidential years. So he knew it was going to be tough, but here we have Bernie Moreno. You know, he came from behind. A lot of the polls for a while showed Sherrod Brown far ahead in that state, or at least ahead. But tonight, that has ended. And so it is becoming increasingly difficult to imagine that Democrats hold the Senate.
There you have it. Not that many thought they would, Rick, including yourself. What we saw in North Carolina is important. The first swing state to fall here in the presidential campaign. It's been called for Donald Trump. How do you extrapolate this news from Ohio, from North Carolina, where we might go in the next couple hours?
Yeah, when you look inside the numbers, you're seeing a lot of strength by Donald Trump and his base, right? So, you know, these rural counties that the, you know, white working class, non-college educated voters that support Trump in higher and higher numbers every year have really come through to him. You know, people criticize Donald Trump for claiming that he was just playing a campaign to, you know, fire up his base, and that's exactly what it looks like he's done, because some of these counties, these rural counties, are voting for Donald Trump in 70-80%, where, you know, in 2020 they were maybe 50-60%. So he's really definitely energized his base. He's made some inroads into the suburban areas, mostly with Hispanics and blacks. We don't really know a lot of details about age groupings right now, but I think it probably tracks the polling that we've been seeing. Yeah. So, and I think this has helped people like Bernie Moreno, where, you know, they can take and ride some of those rural coattails that Donald Trump has created.
This is another idea where ticket splitting just didn't happen. The Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson had a major scandal. The Republican, he has lost his race to the Democrat in this particular case. In North Carolina, that ticket splitting tells you what?
Yeah, I mean, it tells us that voters are willing to differentiate. And, you know, I think in the case of North Carolina with Mark Robinson, the scandals, you know, what had followed him was just too much for voters in North Carolina. He never had an edge in the polls there. And so I'm not particularly surprised by that. You know, for voters to, you know, just follow with him, it wouldn't make sense. But the state, you know, I think it's fair to say that this was a state that was not known as a swing state for a long time. The fact that Kamala Harris put it back into play after Joe Biden, you know, withdrew from the race was a big deal, but it just didn't come to fruition. Close, but she just couldn't get there.
No ticket splitting in North Carolina, but yes, in a little bit different scenario as we look across some other states here, potentially Arizona. Rick, this is your area of expertise in a state where you spent a lot of time working. Is this going to be the surprise of the night for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, it might be. It's a very close race right now. Everyone, I think, has been expecting Donald Trump to really dominate the state. So the fact that we're not seeing that in the early releases and the vote that's left seems to be more pro-Harris than pro-Trump. And yet, as you point out, one of the people who aren't benefiting from that, at least at this time of the night in the numbers we're reading, is Kari Lake. She's way behind Ruben Gallego, who looks like he's on his way to picking up a Senate seat once held by what was an independent. So the reality is, I do think we're seeing a national election, right? I think most of these states, if not almost all of them, like Colorado, you know, if Donald Trump wins it, the senator's going to be a Republican, the governor's going to be a Republican. I mean, like, those things are happening across the country that we see, and it's only the minor exception where there's a turn. And in this case, in North Carolina, you were talking to Jeannie about, it's a flawed candidate who had a lot of problems personally. Arizona, a flawed candidate who prosecuted election denialism from her 2022 loss for the governorship and has made Kari Lake a broken candidate. So, I mean, these are the exceptions. The rule is we're watching national elections. Used to say all politics is local. Yeah. Now we say all politics is national.
Here we are. We still have a lot of Senate races yet to be called. Certainly the House, never mind the swing states and the blue wall. John, back to you.
Hey, Joe, thank you. I think we're settling in for the next couple of hours, potentially. Just waiting. 230 to 192, the current score. That's the tally where things are. 230 Trump, 192 to Harris. Charles, I noticed that at Harris Campaign HQ, the music was still up and still playing. Will it stay up in a few hours? And if so, what's the case for that? We still don't know Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. What's the case for the music to keep playing tonight?
Look, I think, again, it's a replay of 2020 if you're on the Democratic side, meaning at exactly this point 4 years ago, it looked like Trump was going to get reelected. And Biden came from behind. Took 4 days. Again, I agree. It's not going to take four days this time, but I think she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I think she is still in the fight.
But the margins you are seeing, Trump's strength, Hispanic community, down ballot, you're seeing exit polls, what's happening in places like Ohio. If you can't have Sherrod Brown keep his seat, he would have to keep his seat for split ticket voters. What does that mean for neighboring blue wall states?
Yeah, I think the only surprise to me tonight is that Sherrod lost his seat. I did think that he was going to hang on to that. Having said that, Ohio is a Republican state. So, you know, again, I wouldn't read too much across from Sherrod losing to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Again, I think it's really premature. She's still very much in this fight.
So when do you think we can get all three of those tallies?
I think we'll know probably when we wake up tomorrow morning, or if we may not go to sleep tonight. I think we'll know probably by mid to late morning tomorrow on the presidential in those three. The House is going to take much longer.
Tomorrow,
we'll know the Senate tonight. Well, the Senate's already going Republican.
Tomorrow's about 20 minutes away, Charles. Charles Mass, Jay Filosky sticking with us. Coming up on the programme, it's the race to 270. Election night 2024 continues.
Season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. And Katie Lyons, we have a new projection.
Yeah, the Associated Press, John, is calling Virginia and its 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. This isn't necessarily surprising, as Virginia was seen as a likely blue state, but it is one we know the Trump campaign had been eyeing. And perhaps the margin here is what is a bit surprising. Only 82% of the votes are in, but Kamala Harris only winning this state right now by less than 4 points. Keep in mind, in 2020, Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points. So she is underperforming where he was 4 years ago. And it is clear at this hour, with Harris's 205 electoral votes now, with the addition of Virginia, and Donald Trump's 230, who gets to 270 could very well be decided in the Rust Belt, the blue wall states. And that is where we focus now. Wisconsin, of course, is one of them right now. 69% of the votes are in. Donald Trump is up by roughly 3 points, 50.9% to Harris's 47.6%. In Michigan, fewer votes are counted at this time, only 39%, but Donald Trump right now is leading by nearly 5 points, 51.5% to Harris's 46.8%. And in Pennsylvania, which is the biggest prize at this stage of the night, 19 electoral votes, Donald Trump is up by nearly 4 percentage points, with 81% of the votes counted. So there is still a path for Kamala Harris through the blue wall, but clearly this is going to be incredibly tight. Her path is narrower after the call of North Carolina for Donald Trump. That is the first battleground call we have gotten tonight. Virginia, of course, not necessarily a battleground, but still, when we were watching, it has been called for Harris. Again, 205 for Harris, 230 for Trump, John.
Katie, thank you. More from Katie in just a moment. AMH, that's tight.
It's tight. There is a path for Kamala Harris. We have to wait for 3 very important states to be called: Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course, the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, where there has been billions of dollars spent in advertising to try to get people to vote for you. But here's the problem. Kamala Harris right now is not outperforming where she should be. And Kaylee nailed it. 2020, those margins on Virginia for Biden, Kamala Harris is just squeaking by with this Virginia win. It is not a blowout in Virginia where it should have been if she was going to be tracking 2020 Biden. Also, places like New Jersey, bad sign for her performance, especially among white voters.
Let's get to 2 of those states right now. Romaine Bostick is in Detroit, David Gura in Philadelphia. Romaine, to come to you, just how tight are things right now?
Yeah, let me give you a little bit more context on that path to 270, particularly here through Michigan. Only about 40% of the votes are in right now. And while Trump is ahead, the 4 biggest counties here, Oakland, Macomb, Wayne, and Kent. Now, Macomb is already skewing towards Trump. That's a Republican stronghold, and there is no expectation that Harris would win that. However, she is expected to win Oakland County. She is expected to win Kent County. The precincts there, about 80% of the votes now in Oakland, about 60% in Kent. But I want to bring your attention to Wayne, because this is where the potential path for her victory here is going to lie. Less than 20% of the votes in Wayne County have been tabulated. But Wayne County is the biggest county in the state of Michigan, about 1.8 million residents, so almost 20% of the state's population. They have not voted for a Republican presidential candidate going back to Herbert Hoover in 1928. So at least history right now and some of the numbers do appear to be on Harris's side. Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State for Michigan, she did address the media about an hour ago. And while she did kind of boast that she thought that Michigan would be the first of the 7 battleground states to actually call the election, we now know that's not going to be true. She did urge patience. There were some disruptions in some counties, including in Ottawa County, a humidity issue with the ballots there, as well as some issues with some of the electronic voting machines that were used for disabled people who needed them and couldn't use the paper ballots. They're going to have to sort through some of those. She just told the media just about 20 minutes ago here that she does expect to get results in hours. But of course, it's 11:48 p.m. here in Detroit, so hours could mean Wednesday morning.
Yep, sounds like it's going to be days. David, Kamala Harris, the campaign is also saying have patience. Does she have a path through Philadelphia?
She is betting it all on Philadelphia and its surrounding suburbs, and Kaylee laid that out so well, sort of what the suburbs around here are, where she could have a go of it yet. And we are waiting on the final press briefing from commissioners here in Philadelphia on an update on the election tonight. Then we're going to get more updates in the morning. after folks continue to count through the evening. But it's incredibly tight. But there is still a way forward for her in this city, which tends to lean so heavily Democratic, and the suburbs around here, which have tended more Democratic in the past. Now, you mentioned a moment ago, Amber, I want to just pick up on this thread, how much money had been poured into this state on advertising and organization. This is something that the Harris campaign really trumpeted over these last many weeks. The quality of their ground game, the scale of that ground game in this state, just thinking back on what she had to say last night, what her surrogate said last night about the number of doors they'd knocked on just in the last week. I mean, more than 1 million doors. They felt very confident in that ground game. But when you look at the map tonight, where votes have been come in and where they've been counted, like it's mostly a red map with some expected blue in Pittsburgh, some blue in Erie County as well. Certainly blue where I'm standing now, but it seems like they were unable to change many minds in the center part of the state, in the rural part of this state. Now, I think there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, and I don't want to say the game is over yet by any means here, but we know this is Joe Biden's home state, and one wonders what was lost when he stepped out of the race when it comes to Pennsylvania, where we see Democrats performing well in Scranton, in the county surrounding Scranton. Would it have been bigger had he remained the candidate? Who's to say? And if I could, I just want to say one other thing. Having just been in Wisconsin, I think it's a very similar story playing out there when you look at that vote. Here we're waiting on an update from the big metropolitan area where I'm standing. I think in Wisconsin it's the same thing. We're going to be waiting a long while for that count from Milwaukee. And I think as Democrats, as the Harris campaign kind of games out what kind of likelihood they have of winning this thing, it's going to come down to Milwaukee, another big city, and it's going to be another few hours before we have any sense of where that's trending.
David, I don't want to get into the Monday morning quarterbacking either. You pointed to Joe Biden, but what about the beloved governor, Josh Shapiro, that could have been the name on the ticket alongside Kamala Harris?
It is a great point. He spoke last night at that rally as well to rapturous applause from those who had gathered, the 30,000 people who had gathered on that promenade behind me to see Kamala Harris last night. Look, a lot of people looked at what he was able to accomplish in his race just a couple of years ago, defeating a Republican challenger and becoming the governor here, and thought, why wouldn't the Harris campaign go with somebody who has that proven record of doing that? Like you, reluctant to Monday morning quarterback it yet, but I think that there were people who are obviously agitating for him to be the running mate early on, saw that as the thing by which she should have picked her running mate, and now they'll be speculating that could have made a difference here in Pennsylvania if, in fact, she doesn't win this state. And again, we'll find out here probably in the next few hours.
We can Wednesday morning quarterback it in about 10 minutes' time, gents. We'll catch up with you in a moment. Romain Bostic, David Gura, to the both of you, thank you. Let's get you up to speed on some of the price action with more. Here's Danny Berger.
Hey, John, those Trump trades are still on. We are backing off the most extreme of them at the moment, but they are still very present. In the short end, 2-year yields higher by 8.5 basis points, about 13% for both your 10 and your 30-year. 4.4% is where we stand for your 10-year. One interesting thing to consider as it starts to become Wednesday, we're going to have $25 billion of a 30-year auction tomorrow. If these losses stick, what is that auction going to look like? Are buyers going to show up? Now, we're not at the point yet where the higher yields are doing anything to hurt the equity market. In fact, we are still looking at about a 3-year high for your Russell 2000. That's up just under 3%. Again, the most extreme of the rally has backed off, but it is still very present. An interesting feature, given that this is an equity market that had rallied into today. Some commentators, including Citi, pointed out how unusual that was. European stocks, I pointed this out before, they have changed in the past 2 hours. We are now selling off as Europe wakes up. You still have a little bit of that lift of risk on lift to it, so it's not an extreme sell-off, but it is still happening. Just want to end with you on currencies. It is the dollar strength across the board, both in currencies that are impacted by trade, like dollar mex, peso weaker by about 3% versus the dollar, and things that suffer when rate differentials widen. Dollar yen, clearly that's one of them. That's weaker by about 1.4% at 153. Again, as we move into the Asia trade, the conversation, John, is going to become, are some of these EM currencies, these Asia currencies, going to try to jawbone this and intervene in their markets?
Danny, appreciate it. Thank you. Europe just waking up to all of this. Waking up to all of it. The scores at the moment, 230 to Trump, 205 to Harris. And the news we're seeing, some of these margins just speaking to the difficulty of Harris getting this done.
And the strength of the former president performing better than he did in 2016 when he won the race and 2020 when he lost. Terry Haynes has been keenly focused on one county in Pennsylvania, Washington County. Terry writes in, 99% came in. Trump is about 2.5% over 2020 and 2016. This is showing bad signs for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania and broadly the blue wall, which she must win to get to 270.
Charles, I've asked this 10 different ways this hour, so forgive me for the 11th. Are you ready to talk about a Trump presidency yet, or still too early?
Not yet, too early. But the story of this election is Trump has outperformed in rural districts and Harris has performed in line or below in urban. But I just have the latest update, by the way. Erie County, Harris is up 4 points. Chester up 10. Northampton up 5. She is still absolutely in this game and in this fight in Pennsylvania.
And Erie County is a county that dictates presidential elections. 2016, it went for Trump. 2020, it went for Biden.
She's up 4.
But if we are to see what also looks like potentially a Republican sweep, we are closer to Republican sweep than we are closer to Democratic sweep. What would that mean?
What would it mean in terms of
policy? How much Trump has in his ability to enact his plans he's talked about since actually basically June of 2015 when he entered politics?
Yeah, look, I mean, a Republican sweep in the short term would be the most equity market positive, and we're already seeing the markets discount not only a Trump win, but I think a red sweep. I would argue, though, looking out, medium term, it's actually the worst possible outcome for the markets because everything Trump wants to do, whether it's tariffs, which are inflationary, his immigration policies are inflationary, tax cuts will be expansionary and inflationary. At best next year, the Fed is higher for longer, if not raising rates, and the deficit goes up much faster. I think it's like literally the perfect negative storm for the U.S. equity market, looking beyond this initial euphoria.
This is a point that Adam Posen made on Bloomberg Surveillance a number of months ago. He said that in 2025, we'll be talking about the Federal Reserve perhaps hiking, not cutting.
Absolutely. And then you have to think about what does Jay Powell say Thursday morning when he meets with the Fed, and basically they're going to probably cut 25 basis points, but then you're going to have to price in all this inflation from tariffs, tax cuts. What does it look like?
Cut 25 and run. Jay Pilowsky, Charles Mars, sticking with us for another hour. Our coverage on election night 2024 continues.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea, but ultimately you still have to do a lot of it. It just give you very superficial ideas but at the end, you still have to customize how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I feel that, when the designer doing is the spirit, is the heart that the computer don't have.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We don't know what the policy reaction function is actually going to be off of what has been said. And for that reason, I think you have a number of investors that are actually just sort of continuing to plow forward on the view that the economy is in pretty good shape. So that when there is an election outcome, once there's a sense for whether new policy will actually get affected, then they can have a reaction.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, it's Election Night 2024 at midnight on the East Coast. Happening this hour. Polls closing in 2 states across the country. This coming as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump square off in a race to 270. With the latest, here's Kenny Lights.
Yeah, John, the 2 states closing at this hour are one of the time zones in Alaska as well as Hawaii. They are expected to go red and blue, respectively. So far tonight, we have seen no surprises in expected red and blue states. We'll, of course, keep you updated if we get any surprises there. But where we stand ahead of those results is this. Donald Trump, with 230 electoral votes, called for him to 209 to Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris now can add the 4 electoral votes of Hawaii to that total, called now by the Associated Press, and that will bring her to 209 electoral votes as we race here to 270. Knowing the path to 270 really lies in just 7 states, the battlegrounds we have watching, only one of which has been called this evening. North Carolina went to Donald Trump, according to the Associated Press, and its 16 electoral votes along with it. Where any path to victory for Harris will lie is really in the blue wall states at this time, and all of them remain too close to call. Wisconsin right now, 76% of the votes are in. Donald Trump currently leading by roughly 4 points, 51.2% to Harris's 47.3. In Michigan, we've got less than half of the vote tally in at this point, only 45%, but Donald Trump right now is leading by almost exactly 5 points, 51.6% to 46.7% for Harris. In Pennsylvania, 83% of the vote is in right now. Donald Trump currently up by nearly 4 points on Kamala Harris, 51.4% to Harris's 47.7%. In all 3 of the states I just mentioned, we are still watching some of those highly populated areas in urban areas, especially in the suburban counties surrounding them, to see how much things change this evening. I would point out, though, that each of these states, those 3 blue wall states, also has a Senate race happening tonight, and all of them at this hour have the Republican candidate leading. I'm sure our colleague Joe Matthew will speak more to that in just a moment. Finally, though, I also want to check in on Georgia because we do have a lot of the vote in that state so far. 93% of the vote is in, and it is within just over 2 points right now. Donald Trump nearly at 51% to Harris's 48.5%. Again, the scores as they stand as it turns Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, John. 230 Trump, 209 Harris.
More still to come. More still to come. Kaylee, thanks for that. Appreciate the update. For an update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill, let's cross over to Joe Matthew.
Another Republican flip on the road to Senate control. Jonathan, we experienced it live last hour. Ohio, 3-term Senator Sherrod Brown, the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, goes down tonight to Republican Bernie Moreno. This was the most expensive Senate race of the cycle. $500 million on just this contest. Democrats go down in Ohio. That follows the first flip in West Virginia, and we saw this one coming. Jim Justice, still our Republican pickup of the night here, other than Ohio, filling the seat being vacated by Joe Manchin. Also called so far, no surprises. Rick Scott keeps his seat in Florida. Republican, so does Texas Senator Ted Cruz. We were looking at both of those with some tightening in polls late in the game. Andy Kim, the Democratic congressman, becomes the new senator projected from the state of New Jersey. And Angela Alsobrooks, Democrat. State of Maryland survives the challenge by Republican, the former Governor Larry Hogan. We expected all of these to go in, yet to be called the Senate races in the presidential swing states. As Kaylee mentioned, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. These are going to finish out the picture here for the Senate as Republicans lead in their quest to take control of the upper chamber. Look what's happening as well in Nebraska. Senator Deb Fischer, Republican, just took a slight lead over independent Don Osborne in a race that we've been following very closely. 71% of precincts of votes counted here. Deb Fischer up 51.2% to just under 49%. We could be seeing some movement there right now. John, we'll keep you posted.
Hey, Joe, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. If you are just waking up in Europe, good morning. You've missed out on some big moves overnight in financial markets. With an update, here's Danny Berger.
That move has been yields higher across the board, John, and it's been pretty consistent. We've been pricing in about the same range for yields over the past 2 hours or so. That is a rise of 13 basis points at this moment. Options markets going into this had said that the range would be about 22 basis points. We're not far off of that. But to be clear, this is not enough to deter equities. We have an equity rally on our hands. We have an equity rally basically in small caps and across the board. I do want to point out, though, that part of the reason that risk is doing so well at this moment, John, is because volatility coming down across the board, both in equity and in currency volatility, that is dropping, helping to support risk at this moment.
Some major moves, but we give up some of it. Danny, thanks for that. Just bear in mind that at one point overnight, check the charts, we were up by close to 20 basis points on a 10-year. Right now higher by 13, the 10-year through 440. With us around a table, let's set the table for the hour. TPW's Jay Poloski alongside Charles Myers of Signum Global Advisors. Gents, great to have you with us for another 60 minutes. Charles, just to go to you first of all, let's just reset things just a little bit. What are the big takeaways so far for you?
Yeah, look, I think the story, again, of this election is Trump has really outperformed in rural districts, especially in the swing states. Harris has performed in line or slightly below expectations in urban areas. But again, we still have Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania to be called. And I'm watching Erie County, I'm watching Chester County, amongst others. It's still too early to call this race. I know the markets have priced in a Trump win. I'm not ready to give up yet.
Jay, given the fact that we still have a number of states to be called, the most important being those 3 blue wall states, do you think the market is getting a little bit too ahead of themselves?
I absolutely do. And you've seen extensions of existing moves, right? The move that we've seen basically since the start of October is higher interest rates as the market prices in Trump. That leads to a stronger dollar. That means the equity market kind of pauses and backs and fills, which is what we've seen happen. The equity market effectively is flat over the last month.
How do we see the Russell moving rapidly, as Jonathan keeps talking about, absolutely ripping, but rates so high?
Yeah, well, that typically the relationship is higher rates, lower small caps. And in fact, the move we see tonight, is following on a 2% move that happened on Tuesday during the normal trading session. So this is a 5% move in small caps in less than 24 hours. I think we're probably at the end of this for now, right, until we get some sort of a determination as to the winner. And then I think people have to really assess where we're going to go with policy, right? Our view has been we're in the early stages of a long cycle, both global growth and risk assets doing well. That's dependent on continuity of politics leads to policy continuity, leads to economic continuity, and thus to earnings. And if we have a change in leadership to a Trump administration, that's a big discontinuity. And I think it ends up, I don't think it ends up well. I think it ends up, Charles spoke of it earlier, much higher rates, much higher deficit, much higher inflation. And JP Morgan put out a report. If Trump were to institute the tariffs that he's talked about with China, 60% tariffs across the board, roughly half of the earnings growth that is expected in 2025 versus 2024 is at risk. That's not what equities want to hear. The earnings growth story at risk.
Important headline just crossing, and I want to go back over to Joe Matthew for more. Hey, Joe.
All right, Republicans take the U.S. Senate. John, this is not a big surprise after the motion that we have seen so far in the states tonight. All they needed were 2. We told you that in the outset. Pretty easy to do the math here. It came from West Virginia, Jim Justice winning the Senate seat there held by Joe Manchin, and Ohio, Sherrod Brown losing to Republican Bernie Moreno. That's what we have here. That's how tight the margin is. We're still waiting for official race calls to come from the swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're also going to be talking a lot more about Arizona tonight. What will happen in the race between Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego and Republican Carrie Lake, who lost her race for the gubernatorial election in Arizona 2 years ago. A MAGA Republican back around again in a state that Kamala Harris still has a chance to win here. It could be her first swing state to move in that direction. John?
Joe, when it comes to the Senate races, we're waiting to be called.
Yep.
Which incumbent is the most vulnerable?
Well, that's a great question. When you consider the states that we're talking about here, Pennsylvania was supposed to be a pretty good ride for Bob Casey, 3-term senator, and of course, a family legacy in the state. But David McCormick has been nipping at his heels awfully close there. Michigan, too close to call. Wisconsin, you could say potentially is the most vulnerable here with Tammy Baldwin. But they're all so close, Anne-Marie, that I'm not sure it's worth making a difference at this point.
This was a low conviction call from a lot of people. And Joe, thank you, by the way. Anne-Marie, if you asked 1 million people what they thought was going to happen in this election, they'd say low conviction with the exception of one thing, Republican Senate. And that, this evening, is what we get.
Yes, the question about the Republican flipping the Senate was whether or not it was going to be by 1 or 2 seats or by maybe 4 seats. We still don't know yet, because to Joe's point, there's a lot of Senate seats that we still need to find out about. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, what is going on in Arizona. The one thing I will say, though, is because that was such a high conviction call, that's what led more people to believe we could have a red sweep with the House going red and obviously Trump winning, as opposed to a Democratic sweep, because no one really thought the Democrats were going to be able to control the upper house.
We have another projection in the race to 270. Here's Kaylee Lyons with more. Hey, Kaylee.
Yeah, John, the Associated Press is calling the 2nd district in Nebraska for Kamala Harris. Nebraska, of course, one of just 2 states that also divides its electoral votes by its congressional districts. This is a key piece of the puzzle for Kamala Harris. When we talk about the path to 270 for her running through the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania would actually only get her to 269. This is a critical linchpin in getting to 270, the single vote that the Associated Press has now called for her. As for those other blue wall states, though, it remains too close to call with at 11 minutes past midnight here on the East Coast. In Wisconsin, the first of them, 77% of the votes has been counted. Right now, Donald Trump is up by just about 4 points, 51.2% to Kamala Harris's 47.3. In Michigan, where our very own Romaine Bostick has reminded us there still is a lot of count to come in some of these critical counties. There has been less than half the vote counted overall in the state thus far, just 48%. But right now, with that 48% of the vote count in, Donald Trump is leading by 6 points, 52.2% to Kamala Harris's 46.1. Finally, in Pennsylvania, which of course has 19 electoral votes, 84% of the vote is in. Right now, Donald Trump is up by about 3 points, 51 to 48%. So that one single electoral vote in Nebraska just called for Kamala Harris. John is a key component, but she still would likely need to win all 3 of these states to win the presidency, as we are also looking at races too close to call in the other battleground states of Georgia and Arizona. No results yet from the swing state of Nevada, John.
Kaylee, thank you. Appreciate the update. Let's talk about 2 of those states in the so-called blue wall. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is in Detroit. David Gura is in Philadelphia. David, I want to come to you first. At the moment, this market is leaning quite heavily towards Donald Trump. Is there anything that you can see in races elsewhere that Harris can take away and look at the likes of Pennsylvania with any degree of confidence tonight?
That's a great question. What I will say is that Wall Street has been betting on this Trump victory for a few weeks now, and there has been this disconnect between that and the polling that we've seen. And just to digress a little bit more and talk about the polling here, I mean, we've seen these races on a razor's edge over these last many weeks within this margin of error that was so small. So perhaps what's being borne out here shouldn't surprise a lot of people, knowing that we were going to be in this situation before. I'm sympathetic with what Charles said a few moments ago, just about what remains to be counted here. Erie County, Chester County, Montgomery County, Delaware Delaware County, Philadelphia itself, we're still waiting on these votes to come in. I think that the area where I'm standing now is going to be so key in this process. But you ask about analogs, other states that she can look to. I think back on the time that I spent in Wisconsin last week, where it was really palpable as I was on the ground there how close that race was, how close it was going to be. Spent a lot of time with Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's fighting for her political life. Really doing that tonight as these votes continue to be counted there. I think she recognized the fact that something had shifted in the terrain there. This is a state that had this kind of populist streak, Democratic populist streak, that really fueled candidates like her for a long time, and something has changed over these last few years. So I think that there is that common connective tissue in these states. Yes, we talk about the blue wall, but there is a sense that the terra firma on which everyone's standing has moved here, and I think Democrats are trying to figure out, has it moved sufficiently that they no longer stand a chance there. And we were talking earlier just about how quickly some of these races were called. We've heard from officials here in Philadelphia about the process that's underway in this city. There's been a briefing for reporters. That's ended. We know that counting continues through the night. We're going to get updates not in person, but electronically in the morning. So all of that continues. And I just think back on what I heard over the course of the day from officials here, other counties across this state, that yes, there was a lot of turnout, heavy turnout. There were long lines, but things moved pretty efficiently. There was this emphasis on transparency, how they were counting these votes. There was largely a lot of confidence in the way that all of this played out. I think now we're kind of at this pivotal moment where we await the final official count of those votes and then see what happens next, the degree to which there's a movement or an opportunity here for perhaps the Harris campaign to challenge some of what we've seen here. Too early to say at this point, but I think the narrowness of this victory speaks to just how close we were predicting this to be.
Romaine, what are you watching for right now in Michigan as we enter Wednesday morning?
Well, two big issues. A, we are on track right now for record voter turnout in the state of Michigan. We should also point out that the largest county here in Michigan, the most populous county, still has not reported its results. And in fact, only about 17% of those votes are in. One interesting dynamic, though, that I do want to point out to you, coming into this race, there was a lot of concerns about the third-party candidates, particularly Jill Stein and RFK, and whether they would prove to be spoilers for either Harris or Trump. The idea that they would siphon off votes for one of the other candidates. But as of right now, with about 50% of the vote count in, combined, Jill Stein and RFK are only getting about 1% of the vote total. That could change, of course, as those overall vote counts go up here. But right now, it does not look like that spoiler effect that some people had in mind from one of those two candidates is going to be in focus here. This seems like it is going to be much more about the choice between Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Romaine, appreciate the update. Alongside David Gura, this market has made a decision, or at least leaning quite heavily towards an outcome. And that outcome is a Trump presidency. We've still got a lot to play for. Up next on the program, looking for results from key swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
To-the-minute business news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Herder in Ukraine, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Can I say good morning now?
You can.
I think we can. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. I know it feels very early, but it's officially Wednesday morning. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500. We've been flying all night. Ever since 7:30 Eastern, this market has not looked back. With an update, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Bond yields also moving higher. Don't have them for you at this moment. There you go. Yields are higher by 10 basis points. I want to show you the intraday chart, though, because we have backed off the most extreme of the moves. At one point, yields were higher by almost 20 basis points. Maybe finally we found a buyer as Europe starts to come online and looks at the levels. The commentary had been because yields had run up so much, if markets are pricing in a Trump victory, how much further do they really have to go? You do see something similar in the equity markets too. Again, still that Trump trade decisively being put on, but not as extreme as we have seen. We're up higher by about 2.4%. You can see at one point we were up nearly 3% for your Russell 2000 futures. I do want to point out the euro, not necessarily the spot price. I'm going to show it to you because we continue to see dollar weakness, but one interesting turn has happened in this market, and that is currency volatility. The implied volatility for the euro has dropped very significantly. That is the type of action you would expect to see if this market is saying we're going to have a decisive winner declared. That volatility had gone higher on fears of a contested election. Again, it's fading from this market with your euro weaker by about 1 1/3%, that pair trading at 107, John.
Hey, Danny, some real dollar strength across the board for the last several hours or so. With the latest on the race to 270, here's Kelly Lyons with more. Hey, Kaylee.
Well, John, if Kamala Harris wants to get there, she needs to pick up 60 more electoral votes. She only has 210 in her column right now. Donald Trump has 230, so he would have 40 more to pick up. And of course, the path for either of them is going to run through really just 3 states: the Blue Wall, the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. As for where the vote stands in those states right now, in Wisconsin, we only have at this time about 78% of the vote in, but right now Donald Trump is leading Harris by a margin of 4 points. In Michigan, 51% of the vote has been counted. It is still rather early in Michigan. This could take some time, but right now, with just over half of the vote in, Donald Trump is up on Harris by 6 points, 52% to Harris's 46. Meantime, in Pennsylvania, 86% of the votes are now in, and Donald Trump is leading there too by nearly 3 full points, almost at 51% for Trump. Harris is at 48.1. And when we really zero in the counties in Pennsylvania, one we all watch in particular to be a bellwether is Northampton County. And that is because it has selected the statewide presidential winner of Pennsylvania in every election going back to 1948. Right now, 98% of the vote is in Northampton County, and Donald Trump is winning by about 5 points, 52.1% to Kamala Harris's 46.9%. So again, John, at this hour, the race is still too close to call. In these blue wall states and the other states, Georgia and Arizona, the battlegrounds where votes have come in, 210 to 230 for Trump is where we stand now.
Kelly, thank you. Kelly Lyons there on the race to 270. On the balance of power on Capitol Hill, let's cross over to Joe Matthew. Hey, Joe.
The Senate turns Republican for the first time in 4 years, Jonathan. The AP making that call after we saw several pickups by Republicans in states including Ohio. That was the big shocker of the night here. That's Senator Sherrod Brown, the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, who you see and hear about pretty often here on Bloomberg, falling to Republican Bernie Moreno. That followed the news that Jim Justice, the Republican, would take the Senate seat in West Virginia, being vacated by Joe Manchin. And Deb Fischer, Senator Deb Fischer, Nebraska, called in her race over independent Don Osborne. So the Senate goes Republican. We're watching the big ones here in the blue wall. At this point, we've been talking about this from the presidential perspective throughout the evening and, frankly, throughout the year. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. As we take a look at these, we'll take one by one. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, the Republican, former Bridgewater CEO, is leading Bob Casey by just over 1 point with 85% of the votes counted. Pennsylvania, the big prize on the presidential level. It's going to have a lot to do with the future of the Republican majority that we're talking about in full voice in the United States Senate. Michigan, Mike Rogers, Republican, former congressman, is leading Elissa Slotkin right now, leading Slotkin by about 5 points. This is a pretty important move here in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, Eric Hovde, the Republican, over Tammy Baldwin, the senator, by about 2 points right now. We've also got Arizona in our sights, 50% of the vote count there. Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, is holding a lead, as polls showed in advance over Republican Kerry Lake. That's about a 6-point race right now, Jonathan. These are all moving as we speak, and we'll keep them updated for you.
We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time. Joe, thank you for that. With us around the table, Jay Pilowski, Charles Mars. Charles, I want to come to you. Still waiting for other pieces of the puzzle. Republican Senate, waiting for the House, waiting to see who hits 270. I do just want to probe things just a little bit, though. Campaigning is not the same as governing. If Trump gets back into power, even if he has a Republican sweep, what do you think that government actually looks like? What do you think can get done?
Well, I think with a sweep, a lot can get done. First, on the tariffs, he's going to do that without Congress. He has unilateral authority to do that. It's very clear. I think he targets Europe on day one with tariffs. I think it's Airbus, European autos, luxury goods.
Okay, this is huge. Let me just jump in. We've been talking about Mexico and China. You think Europe is the focus?
I think Europe is the top target on day one. And I think that after that, it's Mexico and then China.
So I have someone message me right now. They just came from an EU reception. So they were hanging out with some of these European Union ambassadors, and the tone was they are absolutely freaking out about tariffs when it comes to Europe. So how big could this be? And do you think that there's going to be reciprocal actions from the European Union onto U.S. exports into the EU?
Absolutely. So if Trump wins, again, regardless of composition or control of Congress, we will get into a trade war with the EU. If I were sitting in Brussels, I'd be sweating a lot right now. I think he will target, as I said earlier, Airbus, autos, luxury goods, steel and aluminum, just to get started. You know, President Trump has always been anti-EU. He thinks they don't trade fairly. They don't spend enough on their own defense. He also wants to end the war in Ukraine on terms that I think will be slightly more favorable to Russia. We're going to have a very tense U.S.-EU relationship, and trade will only be one part of that very difficult dynamic.
Jay, does this bode well, actually, for your tripolar world?
Well, it does bring into play the idea that we're facing a competition, right? We have China, we have the U.S., and we have Europe. That's the tripolar world. And China, in our view, has really taken the lead to develop what we call a new industrial policy, namely really fusing the public and private sector to drive and control the heights of the global economy. China did that with the clean energy space and now dominates every bit of the clean energy space. Now the fight is on AI. And you see the Biden-Harris administration, CHIPS Act, Infrastructure Act, Inflation Reduction Act, all of that is a response to what China has done. Interestingly enough, former President Trump has said he will repeal all these things. And I think that would send the U.S. back very badly in terms of competition. For Europe, Europe understands it has to compete. And the whole focus in Europe right now is how do we improve competitiveness, do more of what the U.S. has been doing, more of what China has been doing. And this just makes it more evident that they need to move very aggressively.
We'll talk more on Europe a little bit later this hour. Jay and Charles are going to stick with us. Coming up, we're still awaiting key battleground results, including Arizona. Our coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea, but ultimately you still have to do a lot of it. It just give you very superficial ideas, and but at the end you still have to customize how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I feel that when the designer is doing, it's the spirit, it's the heart that the computer don't have.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. We come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. The scores, 230, 210, 230 Trump, 210 to Harris. With equity futures on the S&P 500, up and away. Up by 1%. On a Russell on the small caps, up by 2.5. In the bond market, yields higher by double-digit basis points through the curve. 10s out to 30s, the 10-year up 13. If you're just waking up in Europe, you missed the big move overnight. We were higher by almost 20 basis points at one point. 440 on a 10-year. Off the back of that, the dollar a whole lot stronger. With the latest, here's Kaylee Lyons. Hey, Kaylee.
Well, John, Kamala Harris at this point would need to pick up 60 additional electoral votes to get to the 270 needed to win the presidency. For Donald Trump, who currently is at 230, he would just need to pick up 40. And of course, the way in which either of them will do so will be to pick up the battleground states we are watching. There were 7 in total we had our eye on coming into tonight. Only one of them to this point has been called. That was North Carolina, and its 16 electoral votes went for Donald Trump. The 3 states we really have our eye on now here at 12:30 in the morning on the East Coast on this Wednesday are the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, as we speak, there is more than 80% of the vote in, 82% actually right now, and Donald Trump is leading by basically 4 points, 51.2% to Kamala Harris's 47.3%. In Michigan, we've only got a little over half the count in at this point, 53%, and Trump is up nearly 6 full percentage points on Harris right now. Keep an eye on, though, some of those really populous counties in and around Detroit. Wayne County, of course, which includes Detroit and Dearborn, for example, is the most populous in the state of Michigan. Only 23% of its votes have been reported. Right now, Kamala Harris, with that 23% of the votes, is up by 58 points. We're, of course, watching Oakland County as well. That has a greater share of the votes in at this time, 86%. Kamala Harris is currently leading there by 10, though keep in mind Joe Biden won that county by 14 points in 2020. Finally, in Pennsylvania, the third pillar of the blue wall, we do have 86% of the votes in at this time. And right now, Donald Trump is leading by nearly 3 full percent, roughly 51% for Donald Trump and 48.1% for Kamala Harris. It, of course, is not only about these 3 states, John. There still are other paths that could run through the Sun Belt. Right now, Georgia has 93% of the votes in, still too close to call. Donald Trump currently up by just over 2 points, 50.8% to Harris's 48.5%. And then out west in Arizona, only 51% of the votes counted thus far. That one definitely too close to call. Trump's at 50, Harris at 49%. Again, the scores at this hour, Harris 210, Trump 230, John.
Watch this space. Katie Lyons, thank you. For an update on the balance of power on Capitol Hill, here's Joe Matthew.
They haven't called the presidential race yet, Jonathan, but they have called the United States Senate. This is, of course, a big piece of the puzzle here. No matter who wins the presidency, we'll be relying, of course, on the help of the upper chamber as we bring in our signature panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributors. You spent a lot of years working in the Senate, Rick. Your thought on this, because Donald Trump, combined with the United States Senate run by Republicans, could in fact get a lot done here. His proposals would rely less upon congressional support than Kamala Harris's, knowing his affinity for executive action.
Yeah, the tax proposals all have to start in the House, so, you know, he'd be bogged down there. But one of the things that he did that was quite historic is getting conservative justices through the Senate.
Right.
Their confirmation process would be a lock for him. If there are any vacancies on the Supreme Court during a 4-year period, he'd be able to have another historic fourth appointment to the Supreme Court, locking in conservative leadership there for, 2 generations. So there are things, you're right, that can be done with a Republican president and a Senate that's in cooperation with them.
Different story for Kamala Harris, Jeannie. Should she win, facing a Republican Senate would keep her from getting a lot of the things that she has proposed done, even if the House has a D in front of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we would have divided government. We would have a very difficult time for Kamala Harris to push things through the Senate. I mean, Rick was just talking about the court. Donald Trump got an astounding 3 Supreme Court justices. He would be able to get another one potentially with Clarence Thomas if he chose to retire. Kamala Harris would have difficulty with those kinds of appointments, getting them through Senate confirmation.
Sure.
So it would be an uphill battle for her. But I would just say we also have to remember that while Donald Trump could do certain things with the Senate, there are certain things he could not do with a Democratic House. We don't know yet if the House goes Democratic, but all bills to raise taxes, as you know, are going to start in that House. He could very well be facing Hakeem Jeffries.
That's right.
And a fairly narrow House, rather. So we are probably looking at divided government either way.
Which Wall Street seems to prefer. Gridlock is good is the line, right? Let's look back to the swing states, the blue wall swing states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The Senate races, the Republicans are leading in all 3 of these cases. Rick, what does that mean for the top of the ticket?
And former President Trump is leading in all 3 of those cases right now. Now, these margins are low, right? I mean, 100,000 here and 100,000 there. A lot of Democratic counties, especially big urban areas, haven't reported yet. So we are far away from having a, real clear picture of what this is going to turn out to be. It may look like a little bit of a red mirage right now, but the bottom line is there are a lot of new opportunities to pick up Senate seats along the way. So we could see a 54 vote margin in the United States Senate if all these current leading Senate candidates who are Republican win out their races.
There was a time when we thought we might be waiting days, maybe into next week, after what we saw was Saturday in 2020. Are either of you of that mind still? Or are we going to know in the next 24 to 48 hours who wins the presidency, Rick?
Well, I do think these current blue wall states are going to come in very tight.
Yep.
So there may be bickering, but at least we're going to know probably within the next 24 hours, where they stand. They may not be called, by AP or any other network, but I think we'll know who's ahead.
Where's your head on this?
Yeah, I think that I'm increasingly thinking it's going to be 24, 48 hours. We will know. And I think there is a hidden story tonight. Donald Trump seems to have overperformed. There was a time when he said he might win New Jersey. He doesn't win it, but he overperforms in New Jersey. Some parts of New York City, these are blue states he's overperforming in, and we're seeing it even in these battleground states. So it is fascinating that he is coming through in a way that suggests we may be seeing a realignment either now or on the horizon.
Why haven't we called Georgia yet? Donald Trump, we've got 93% of votes counted. Trump leading by 2 points.
Yeah, it's probably just not fitting into the model. There's still quite a few urban areas that need to be voted in. I think it's just going to be a very close race. And again, this is the point I was just making is, it's going to be close, so they might not call it just to make sure that military ballots and things like that are all counted.
Well, right before our eyes, it looks like the networks are making a call in Georgia. Jonathan, I'll send it back to you.
Hey, Joe, thank you. A projection. Trump wins the battleground state of Georgia. Trump wins the battleground state of Georgia. I have to say, I remember the night 2016. Yes, things can change. Things can go in a different direction. But at the moment, it's starting to feel like 2016.
Starting to feel like 2016. My phone is reflecting. I'm feeling like I'm having deja vu to the end of June when Donald Trump and Joe Biden had that disastrous debate for the president. And basically that meant he had to drop out of this race and Kamala Harris took the top of the ticket. Democrats are saying right now it is a blowout. They're asking, where are the women that were supposed to show up? And they're saying that it looks like more angry men are upset with this economy, which we're seeing in the Washington Post exit poll, that people, 67% of majority saying they are upset with the economy right now, even though the data is so good, 4.1% unemployment rate, inflation, and it has bothered individuals throughout this entire cycle, the #1 issue that continuously showed up in our polling.
Let's get over to Kelly Lyons for the latest on the map. Hey, Kaylee.
Well, John, with that Georgia call, 16 more electoral votes go to Donald Trump, bringing his tally to 246, with still just 210 for Kamala Harris. And what this call means, together with the call of North Carolina for Donald Trump, means realistically the only path to the presidency for Kamala Harris right now would include winning the state of Pennsylvania. She was always going to need one of those three, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia, but those last two now seem to have been taken off the table as networks call Georgia for Donald Trump. And AP has, of course, called the North Carolina for Donald Trump earlier this hour. So really it is going to be all about Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. 86% of the vote is in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump up by nearly 3 percentage points. This has been fairly stubborn for the last little while here. 51% right now in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, 48% for Kamala Harris. But really, I would emphasize how narrow her path is at this point. Even if she were to pick up the 11 electoral votes in Arizona and the 6 electoral votes in Nevada, that's only 17. Pennsylvania has 19. So if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no way for her to make that up with the map that she has left. So that is a big call for Georgia right now, John. Kamala Harris 210, Donald Trump with the addition of Georgia 246.
Kelly, thank you. Appreciate the update. The difference in the campaigns right now. CBS reporting that Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight. I think that speaks to everything that we're seeing play out in financial markets worldwide right now.
How can she speak right now when her only path, she just lost Georgia, her only path is the blue wall, and we do not have those numbers yet. What we do have, though, is that she is underperforming where Biden was in 2020, and Trump is outperforming in some key areas, in some key counties, than he was performing in 2016 and in 2020. And not only is she not going to be speaking there, but I've been hearing that at the Trump headquarters, they're replaying videos of him dancing during the campaign trail. They are excited. The messages I'm getting from Republicans are, wow, blowout, thought we'd edge by. But what they're saying is this is basically the red wave that never came to pass in the midterms of 2022.
The moods are very, very different. And I just want to stress, if you are just joining us, the market started to make a move on this at 7:30 Eastern time. So we're talking 5 hours plus ago when equities started to make a move higher and bond yields started to climb. With more on that, here's Danny Berger.
John, it's a really good point because I've been looking at these markets to see how big of a bounce in yields we might have off of that Georgia call. It's not really much of one. We went from up 12 basis points to basically up 13 basis points. You can see in this chart, we've even been higher on the night in terms of where yields have been. It's because these financial markets have been pricing in Trump winning tonight basically for the past few hours. Small caps, same situation. We are not at the highs that we have seen for small caps. One of these classic Trump trades, we've basically been hovering around a really tight band, a really tight range, because they have been tracking the betting markets. And the betting markets have been showing again for the past hours that both North Carolina and Georgia would be going to Trump. And that is indeed what the results are showing. The thing that has been under pressure in the currency market, let's be honest, all currencies versus the dollar have been under pressure. But dollar mex, the peso especially, really hurting today. Again, off some of the worst of its lows, the highs of the dollar versus the peso, but still weaker by 2.7%. You have some of the rate differential currencies also hurting, but it's clear that when it comes to trade, that's really getting punished today, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Appreciate the update. Just getting confirmation of this, that Donald Trump, the former president, is on his way to speak. He's on his way to speak.
So I imagine he's going to either declare victory or say victory is within sight and tout these margins that he is performing this evening. And you talked about, Jonathan, the moods are so different. The moods from the Democrats and Republicans sending me messages completely different. The moods from the European ambassadors and the watch party they were having completely different. They're scared now of the walls going up and tariffs. Donald Trump going to speak tonight. Kamala Harris is not going to speak tonight. If you are sitting here just past midnight, Wednesday morning in the United States, and this is the trajectory to get to 270, you'd rather be in Donald Trump's shoes.
Without a doubt. Charles, let's read some tea leaves. What are the tea leaves telling you right now?
Yeah, look, it's not looking good. Although in politics, it's never over till it's over, but it feels a lot like 2016. And, you know, Harris would really have to come from behind now in Philadelphia, in Detroit, and other urban areas. But, you know, I think that this is looking like a Republican sweep. I don't know the House, but I think that it's looking much better for Trump. And I think what it proves, you know, interestingly, is that even if you take away a federal constitutional right that affects 55% of the population, men were more angry in general, more worried about the economy, cost of living, and immigration became bigger issues than literally women's reproductive freedom.
You mentioned Erie County a lot this evening, and for our European audience just waking up, can you explain how important this county is for Pennsylvania and the American electorate?
Well, Erie's just one of those incredibly important bellwether counties that almost always predicts the election outcome. So we've been watching Erie very closely and Northampton most closely, and those actually both have flipped to Trump in the last 5 minutes since we've been on air. So I think that even Pennsylvania looks like it's very much leaning Trump here. I wouldn't be surprised if they call Pennsylvania in the next hour or two.
Wow.
And if they do, it's over.
Wow. Jay, hour and a half ago, you said markets were over their skis. What do you think now?
Well, I think I go back to the old adage. I'm just thinking here, listening and taking it all in. And I think of the old adage, would you rather be right or would you rather make money? And, you know, I've been saying, and we've been saying at TBW.
Are you about to say you got the election wrong, but you got the market call right?
I mean, everybody else is saying,
is that where this is going?
Jump in. I mean, you know, we're here for another 5-10 minutes. Let's just get it out there. Yeah, we've been saying a Democratic, you know, landslide was the term that we've used. And we thought the women vote, the abortion, the youth vote, the ground game, all these things would lead to a different outcome. And so we're probably not going to, it doesn't look like we're going to be right. It's not over, but it doesn't look like we're going to be right there. However, we are fully invested. The markets are up. We have zero in treasuries, which are getting hammered. So we're making money. And at the end of the day, as an investor, that's what we want to be doing. But, you know, we're going to have to take a look, obviously, at some of our positions and think about what we want to do. I do think, you know, there are some interesting situations developing. One is China, right? It's clear, as Charles said, and we agree, tariffs is where Trump can act unilaterally if he doesn't get the sweep. And people are going to be really freaked out about China. However, in our view, Trump potentially being a president was why China stimulated a couple weeks ago.
And you expect more?
And well, we're right in. They're having their big meeting right now as we speak, and the results are expected at the end of this week. And if Trump is to win, I feel pretty confident that we're going to see a big stimulus out of China because they realize their export economy is completely hostage to whatever Donald Trump wants to do on tariffs. They have to stimulate domestic demand. And so the Chinese equity market, interestingly enough, could be a very interesting opportunity. And that's something that we do believe in, and we have been there, and we continue to think that things like China Tech are very appealing.
Okay, you've been so generous with your time, I'm going to let this go, all right? You're going to stick around. I'm going to have one final conversation with you in just a moment. The moods in these two campaigns are very, very different right now. At Trump HQ, they're getting ready to hear from the former president. Over at Harris HQ, the campaign co-chair says you will not hear from the vice president tonight. You will hear from her tomorrow. From New York City, good night.
names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. 246 to Trump, 210 to Harris, and a big lean towards Trump in financial markets worldwide. Small caps higher by 2.5%. In the bond market, yields much higher as well. Two campaign headquarters, two very, very different moods. Bloomberg's Akela Gardner joins us now alongside Tyler Kendall. Tyler, let's start with a good mood. Just describe the mood in that room right now.
Yeah, hey, John, as you said, former President Donald Trump heading over to the Palm Beach Convention Center right now. The mood has absolutely intensified, and I can pinpoint for you the exact moment that happened when North Carolina, that critical battleground state, was called in favor of former President Donald Trump. We heard the biggest applause of the night, and since then, the crowd has only gotten louder, and it has gotten bigger. Behind me now, you heard Anne-Marie earlier this hour allude to some more joyous videos happening of former President Donald Trump dancing. I can confirm that's true. We're seeing people dancing, going around, donning their Make America Great Again gear as they wait for former President Donald Trump to take the stage. At this moment, it looks like standing room only in this room tonight.
That's the mood at the Trump HQ. Akela, are people leaving now, given the fact that we know VP Harris is not going to be speaking this evening?
Well, campaign co-chair, former Congressman Cedric Mittman, just addressed this crowd, and he said that Harris will not be speaking tonight. She'll be speaking tomorrow. But even before he addressed the crowd, people had already started to leave, especially those supporters in the bleachers. The hardcore Harris supporters were really hanging here. But now this crowd is really cleared out of here, and people are starting to narrow hope. Harris's path to victory is looking increasingly slim, and tonight is really a stark difference from the enthusiasm and the crowd sizes that we have really seen define the last couple of weeks of her campaign that many people said have rivaled Donald Trump's rallies. That is a very different mood than what we're seeing right now at the Harris campaign HQ.
They're still playing the music. Akela, Tyler, I wonder for how much longer. To the two of you, thank you. I want to finish with a complex question, a difficult one, which of course is impossible to answer, but Charles, I'm going to throw it at you anyway. What's Joe Biden thinking tonight?
That is a very tough question. I have a feeling that he's going to get a lot of blame from a lot of Democrats for not having stepped out of the race earlier, to have given her a better chance, a longer opportunity to really introduce herself properly to the country. He may also get some blame for not having allowed a real primary to happen. But the finger pointing is going to begin probably in the next couple hours. This isn't over yet, but it's not looking good. There'll be a lot of quarterbacking tomorrow morning.
How will history look back on Joe Biden?
I think they'll look back on history. I think the history books will be relatively kind to Biden because in his one term, he achieved more legislatively than most presidents in modern history. CHIPS, IRA, infrastructure, all of those have been transformational. That's the main reason the economy's done so well. It's the main reason the market has massively outperformed over the last 4 years. He will go down in history as a relatively good president. I think that the stain or the challenge will be the fact that he didn't step out earlier.
Well, you mentioned the CHIPS Act. Jay, earlier this week, we heard from Speaker Johnson. He was asked directly from a reporter. He says he didn't hear the question correctly, but he was speaking as close as you and I are right now. And he said maybe that's on the docket. They'll roll that back. And then he had to go out and say, we're not going to. Are you concerned about things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS, being pulled back, that you have been very bullish on in terms of more production in the United States?
Well, that's been the whole game, right? Bringing production back to the United States, making sure we have semiconductor capacity, making sure we can produce electric vehicles, batteries, all the things that Donald Trump has said he wants to get rid of. And I do believe that in a global competition world where we're competing with Asia and with China, which already has the clean energy space dominating that space, catching up with us on the semiconductor and the AI side, I really do worry about the position of the United States in the global context and what that means for the dollar in particular. I think that the dollar is really, notwithstanding the moves we're seeing right now, that's you know, kind of day to day, but structurally, thematically, strategically, the dollar is the most over-owned asset in the world. Foreigners have never held more dollar assets than they do today. We're looking at blowout deficits. We're looking at a Fed perhaps cornered. And I think there's a real risk that people will say, hey, this is not the growth story we thought it was. This is not America competing with China to lead the world. This is a country that's going backward policy-wise, and therefore we want to sell some of that dollar exposure and buy other things. And I think the dollar is at risk to a potentially a large downward move at some point in the next 6 months or so.
You think off the back of the deficit concerns? Because obviously we don't see that right now.
Yeah. Right.
What is it that you think is going to take place in the next few months that will ultimately trigger that?
Well, I think it's things like the tariffs, which the president can implement directly pretty much himself. I do think it's the deficit. I think it's the immigration story, right? If Trump, which he can do a lot immigration-wise, if he really does go after the immigration policy mix that he's talked about in a fully employed economy, that's a problem. Yep. That is a real problem. And so you repeal the CHIPS Act, you repeal the IRA Act. Most of that money has not yet been dispersed. So it is available to be taken back. And if that's the case, then the story of the U.S. being a global competitor in the AI space goes away, because you need semiconductor chips in order to run the AI.
Well, NVIDIA doesn't disappear overnight. Google's not going anywhere. Neither's Microsoft. Meta's doing pretty well. What's there to worry about?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, that there have been great places to be. The challenge is that the U.S. we will not be producing them here. And that is, I think, structurally, you're then dependent on places like China, where we don't supposedly want to be dependent on. We're dividing the tech stacks between U.S. taking out China exposure and China taking out U.S. exposure. I think the opportunity is more in the China tech space, bigger tech market, cheaper stocks.
Charles, as we look ahead to tomorrow, you said Pennsylvania could be called the next few hours. So do you expect the blue wall to be done and dusted by Friday morning?
Oh, absolutely. I think Pennsylvania will get called in the next couple hours, and if it goes Trump, I think we're looking at him probably winning Wisconsin, Michigan as well, and it's over. I think we'll know by tomorrow morning, meaning in the next 4 or 5 hours.
Charles, this was fun. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
It's going to be a long night, potentially. I think even longer for the likes of the Democrats. Charles Myers and Jay Pawlowski, to the two of you, thank you. That does it for us. Bloomberg's special coverage of Election Night 2024 will continue. Anne-Marie and me will be back with you in about 5 hours' time. 5 hours' time?
I think
about 5 hours' time.
We need some coffee.
Donald J. Trump, 78 years old, from Queens, New York City, the 45th President of the United States. Things can change, but right now on course to become number 47. From New York City, now it is truly from us. Good night.
I prided myself, probably wrongly, having worked in many countries, been brought up as a child in the Middle East and in the Far East, having a mother who was not British, she was Hungarian, she was a survivor from Auschwitz, and I was the son of a Holocaust survivor, and being involved with lots of people, I thought to myself, I know a lot about diversity, and I know about inclusion and not being included. But actually, when I came out, I realized that my level of understanding was not very high. And actually, I could see both the support and the rejection of being different, and what you had to do to live a life where you were different. And I'm immensely pleased that I was outed when I was 60, just under 60. Because had I not been outed, I probably would have said I could stay in the closet and still believe that I knew everything, which I didn't. And that was a very important moment for me.
The Fed decision under surveillance, with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance, with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Live from our global headquarters in New York for our Bloomberg TV and radio audience worldwide.
Welcome to continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. We've got a long way to go. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew as we enter the 1 a.m. hour East Coast time. Kaylee, we do have some news. The presidential race has not been called, but the U.S. Senate has been for Republicans. That is one box that we have to check, waiting for what could be days for the House. And Kaylee, I don't know, this could be hours for the president. We've had North Carolina and Georgia, two swing states called for Donald Trump.
And that brings his total electoral vote tally at this time to 246. Remembering 270 are needed to win the presidency. Kamala Harris right now is just at 210. Really, her only potential path to victory runs through Pennsylvania now. It is a much narrower path, and Pennsylvania right now is still too close to call, with 90% of the votes counted. Even though it remains too close to call, the markets certainly have begun to place their bets on who the victor will ultimately be here. And we've seen this for the past several hours. It is the Trump trade that is on. That is certainly evidenced in the bond market all throughout the curve. We're up nearly 15 basis points on the 10-year Treasury yield, right around 442. We're up even more. The longer duration, you go up more than 16 basis points on the 30-year. When you look at foreign exchange, it is a stronger dollar across everything in the G10 space. The Bloomberg Dollar Index up by about 1.3%, and a huge move for the Mexican peso, which is weaker against the dollar by nearly 3%, as we consider the prospect potentially of tariffs and what could be a Trump administration. Of course, when you look at futures, Joe, they have popped higher. Both S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures higher by about 1.2% at 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Even in the wee hours, we are throwing the full resources of Bloomberg News, Bloomberg TV and radio at our election night coverage. And we want to get down to West Palm Beach, where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is standing by. We presume waiting to hear from Donald Trump. We understand, Tyler, he's on his way to where you are now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Joe, as you mentioned, Bloomberg News confirming that former President Donald Trump is on his way here to the Palm Beach Convention Center. He's expected to take the stage behind me shortly. We've seen the teleprompters go up, so it does appear that we are getting ready for a speech from the former president. The mood in here has absolutely intensified, and I said this last hour, but I can pinpoint for you the moment that the mood shifted in here, and that was when North Carolina, that critical battleground state that we have been following, was called for former President Donald Trump. that since then, the crowd has only gotten bigger. It has only gotten louder. And right now, behind me, it seems to only be standing room in here from former President Donald Trump supporters to hear him speak tonight when he does arrive. So far tonight, we do know that he has been at Mar-a-Lago with some of his closest advisors, according to sources close to that campaign that tell Bloomberg News that some of those names include names that we have been following, like Elon Musk and the Trump co-chair of his transition, Howard Lutnick.
Well, and as we await potential remarks from Donald Trump, it's also worth pointing out that the Harris campaign has said we will not be hearing from Kamala Harris this evening. We will instead hear from her tomorrow. She, of course, is spending her evening, I guess it's morning now, in Washington, D.C., and that's where we find Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. So, Mike, as we consider the potential path for Harris here, it really is narrow. There is one state she must win now, and that is Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is really the key to any Harris hopes for a victory at this point, and it's not looking great. She is trailing, according to returns that AP is trailing at this hour, and she is also behind, according to those same early returns in Michigan and Wisconsin, two other states that make up that blue wall that Democrats have been saying they need to defend in order to be able to keep the presidency in the party's hands. They're also keeping an eye as well on Nevada and Arizona, two of the other swing states that Democrats and Republicans have been vying for, and Arizona also has been looking tight and not in Harris's favor as well.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael Shepard and Tyler Kendall reporting at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much. And for more, we turn to our signature political panel. Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University, and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Obviously, the hour is late. We do not yet know who ultimately will win the presidency. But, Rick, the path for Kamala Harris is very narrow. It isn't over until it's over, but how close to over are we?
Well, good morning, Kaylee. It's getting pretty close. All these blue wall states that we were just talking about, Pennsylvania, 220,000 votes separate Trump and Harris right now. Michigan, about the same amount, and Wisconsin, about half that. Hundreds of thousands. Now, the entire election was decided in 2020 by less than 100,000 votes total. So this is a bigger lead than what the Harris campaign would have wanted Donald Trump to have on him at this late hour. Two, good news for Harris is that a number of the urban areas in these states have not reported all their ballots, and she's holding sizable leads in those. So can she catch up? The math says she can, but it's getting increasingly difficult to do that with the math that's still left to play out.
Well, we can just go with what we're hearing from the two campaigns. Donald Trump's about to speak. I think we probably know what he's going to say based on past cycles. Kamala Harris waits till tomorrow. Jeannie, what are we doing here? What does that tell you?
Well, what Cedric Richmond said is they're going to wait and make sure every vote is counted. And so I think that that is a sound way to approach this. We still have a ways to go. But boy, is Donald Trump on track to make history here. I mean, if he pulls this through, and that is a big if, this is the greatest comeback in modern American political history.
Step back, Bill Clinton.
I mean, we have never seen anything like this. And the way that he has overperformed, particularly in blue states and blue counties, is astonishing. So, you know, we still have to wait, obviously, but you look, I keep citing New York and New Jersey, areas that are very blue. He has overperformed 2020. This is after he has gone through what he has gone through, including facing criminal trial and being convicted. So quite a comeback if this follows through.
Well, Jeannie, as you raise New York, that, of course, is one of the states that the majority of the House is likely to run through. California, you could say the same, which reminds us the balance of power in Congress is also up for grabs as we speak. And in these same blue wall states we're talking about, waiting to find results from the presidential race, in each of them, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the Republican candidate for Senate is leading. As you talk about Trump outperforming in blue areas as well, are we faced with a higher than expected likelihood of not just a Republican-controlled Senate, which we know already, but potentially they keep hold of the House as well?
It is possible. I still think the Democrats can pull through in the House. We don't know. So you were mentioning, Kayleigh, these races in New York. I mean, New York's polls closed at 9 p.m. yesterday, and we are still waiting on some of these key races. The difficulty for Republicans in the House was that they overperformed in 2022, and now they're defending themselves in reliably blue areas. But to your point, given Donald Trump's overperformance, it is possible. I still think, I'm going to hold out hope, but I still think that the Democrats could take the House. And then Donald Trump and a blue Senate are facing Hakeem Jeffries, and, it's going to be divided government.
So are we going to be in a world at the end of this long, strange campaign where Kamala Harris loses the blue wall but wins Arizona?
Potentially. It's a very close race there, just 12,000 votes separating her and Donald Trump. A lot of votes still coming out of Maricopa County, almost half.
Yeah.
She's running a slight lead in Maricopa County. Usually whoever wins Maricopa County wins the state. So that still potentially could happen. But look, I mean, if Donald Trump sweeps the blue wall states, that's an asterisk in this story. What this story will be is an overwhelming victory by Donald Trump tonight.
Well, and we're, of course, getting more polling in from Nevada, which was late to do it. We had some delays in the vote tally there, but 75% of the votes are now in, and Donald Trump is leading there, too, by a little more than 3%, 50.9% to 47.5% right now. Rick, as you raised this suggestion that we could potentially, if he wins the blue wall and holds on to the lead he currently has in Nevada and Arizona, win every one of the swing states we were talking about, when we were talking about being at a dead heat across them. Once again, for potentially the third cycle in a row, we've miscalculated Donald Trump.
That's right. We've been talking about this for quite some time, but there's polling error, right? And polling error in 2016 was 4 points. In other words, Donald Trump's polls were 4 points less accurate than his actual vote. And then in 2020, the pollsters got a little bit better and, cut it down to about 2%. I'm not sure we improved over that. I think you're seeing today not just a significant sweep by Donald Trump potentially, but he's even leading in the popular vote, right? And this is something that I don't think the Trump campaign had really contemplated. Jeannie was talking about earlier how he's improved his standing even in urban areas of New York City. Clearly, he's starting to rack up better margins. Even though he's losing California, New York, Massachusetts, he's doing better in them, cutting back on the losses that he would have otherwise taken in the popular vote.
Absolutely fascinating moment we're in. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will stick with us, our signature panel. Kayleigh Lyons, I guess Wall Street may have had this figured out all along.
Well, Wall Street thought they figured it out just about 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. Basically, stocks up, yields up, and the dollar up. Right now, S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures each up a little more than 1 percentage point. And you're seeing a big move in the Treasury market. Yields higher all across the curve, including for the 10-year yield, which is up 15 basis points, just shy of 442. In the FX market, you are seeing a stronger dollar against everything in G10, but a big move specifically for the Mexican peso, weaker against the dollar by more than 3 percentage points. And I would just add for good measure, if we're talking currencies, cryptocurrencies on the move as well. Bitcoin up 8%, trading at a fresh record high of $74,000 and roughly $700. So the markets are trading for Trump here. But it's, of course, still not over and still ahead. We'll take a closer look at the state of Arizona and the voter behavior behind this evening, or I guess this morning's vote. It's all blending together. All I know is Samara Klar of the University of Arizona is next on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
to-the-minute business news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Herder in Ukraine, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
I'm Professor Hannah Fry, mathematician and writer. In this series, I will meet the companies, people, and pioneers transforming the world.
It's like the Jetsons meets the Flintstones.
Whatever future you dream of, if it affects us, I will explore it. The future is coming.
Season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kate, part of your Election Now morning after with us as we turn our attention to the battleground state of Arizona. To be clear, very few battleground states, swing states have been called yet. We have North Carolina, we have Georgia. Big questions about the count in Arizona now. Bloomberg's Brendan Case joins us from Phoenix. What do you know, Brendan?
Well, in a nutshell, we've learned a lot about Arizona the last 3 hours, but there's still a lot we don't know. Let me just walk you through some numbers. At the state level, you've got Trump with a very, very small advantage with about half of the votes cast. That's not that different from his performance 4 years ago when he lost the state by a very, very small amount. Then you take a look at Maricopa County, which is, you know, the biggest county by far, big bellwether. You've got Kamala Harris up by about 2 percentage points at the moment. Again, though, only about half of the votes have been tallied. They've still got something like 700,000 votes to get through. We could be getting more information overnight and into tomorrow. There's still a lot in the race in Arizona that could change. Farther down the ballot, it's not all bad news for the Democrats. You've got Ruben Gallego, who is ahead pretty comfortably at this point, up above Kari Lake, his Republican opponent for a Senate seat. There's a couple House races that the Democrats have at least a chance of maybe flipping. And there was also a referendum on abortion, adding abortion rights to the state constitution that appears poised to pass. Again, all of this is based on
Brendan,
about
just to
half
jump
of the
in here,
returns.
2 networks have now said that abortion rights measure has passed in Arizona. Both ABC and NBC reporting that ballot measure has indeed been approved by voters. Just give us a sense here as we wait to see if Arizona ultimately is even going to make a difference in the total electoral decision of who gets to 270 or not. How long it could take to get to that 100% vote count, knowing roughly half of it only is in?
Well, in Maricopa County, for example, they were saying yesterday that it could take a day, it could take 2 days, could be more. At this point, it seems like they've gotten, you know, a pretty good start with the early voting that they had, and you know, without making any predictions, it seems like you're talking maybe 24 hours, maybe 48. Before you can get something like enough information to really make a call here in Arizona.
All right, Bloomberg's Brendan Case live in Phoenix. Thank you so much. And joining us now with more from Arizona is Samara Klar. She is professor of political science at the University of Arizona, also co-author of the book Partisan Hostility and American Democracy. Samara, obviously, as we just heard from Brendan, it may be some time before we know who won Arizona. But when we break the headline again that the abortion rights measure on the ballot there has passed, according to multiple networks, what does that make you think about the likely prospects for Kamala Harris in that state?
Well, you know, we always knew that this abortion ballot measure could help Harris or could help Trump. I mean, it could help Harris by mobilizing voters who are pro-choice. We know that the measure was more mobilizing for pro-choice voters than for pro-life voters. On the other hand, it did allow Republicans to both vote for Trump and also express their support for abortion rights separately on another measure. So, you know, it really could go either way in that sense. Now, typically when abortion is on a ballot, it does help Democratic candidates. And it may have indeed helped Harris in this case. Arizona is a state that has more Republicans than Democrats. We've got about a 6 percentage point advantage for Republicans when you look at registration data. And these two candidates are still locked in, essentially a dead heat. Either could come out on top. At this point, we don't know.
We have a breaking news headline as the Associated Press calls the first in the nation primary state of New Hampshire, a primary that Kamala Harris was not involved in for the vice president. Those 4 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris. Samara, I just want you to back off this whole thing and reflect on everything that we have seen tonight. We've been talking to you for over a year about the outcome of this election. What would you call the state of affairs at this moment?
Well, listen, we knew from the polls that this was going to be an incredibly close race. And if you're looking at each state independently, it is an incredibly close race. I mean, I think the polls are actually quite accurate in this case. We knew that there was going to be 7 states with very, very close races. We have those 7 states. It may end up that Trump wins every single one of them by a small margin. And you know what? That was something we saw as possible going into this thing.
Well, and as we consider margins here, just looking at New Hampshire, which Harris has won by fewer points than Biden won in 2020, that does seem to be a pattern we are seeing throughout this evening, Samara, underperformance of what we saw from Joe Biden 4 years ago. Given your work, and we mentioned you are a co-author of a book specifically about partisan hostility, when we think about some of the rhetoric that has defined this election campaign, the idea that Donald Trump has been cast first by Joe Biden, then as Kamala Harris as a threat to democracy, is someone who is unfit to serve. If he ultimately is the one who gets to 270 at some point here, whenever that is, what does that say about the way in which Americans feel about hostility?
Well, we know that a growing percentage of both Democrats and Republicans really dislike and distrust members of the out party. There's a substantial portion of Americans who don't, of course. Not all Americans hate out partisans by any stretch of the imagination, but the percent of Democrats and Republicans who really don't like out partisans has grown. And what I find in my research, which you just referenced, is that as you increasingly dislike the out party, you become more likely to toe your own party line. You become less likely to stray from what your political leaders are telling you to do. And that may be what we're seeing here. As we see growing animosity between these two groups of partisans, they're more likely to support their party ticket regardless who's on top of it.
It's great to have you back, Professor Samara Klar of the University of Arizona, with the clutch analysis at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Special coverage continues on Bloomberg. Coming up, Republicans winning control of the Senate. We're going to discuss the state of the congressional race in California. It's going to take some time, but could decide who controls the House of Representatives. It's next on special coverage this election night, now morning on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry Yan in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Continuing coverage of Election Night 2024, now election morning. It's 1:23 a.m. East Coast time. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines at Bloomberg World Headquarters here in New York. As we turn to the news at hand, we are watching numbers change here across the battleground states, but only 2 so far have been called for this presidential contest and for Donald Trump. Both North Carolina and Georgia. We're waiting for the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, not to mention Arizona. We can go further out west, Arizona and Nevada for that matter. And of course, we're watching the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Republicans taking control of the Senate. Big questions about what happens in the House. Remembering the conventional wisdom was Democrats taking the chamber, but we've seen some conventional wisdom turned upside down this evening. For more on the congressional race in the state of California, we're joined by Bloomberg's Sarah McGregor in L.A. Sarah, it's great to see you. This is the big prize for the House, 52 seats. Where's it going to go?
Well, anything goes, I think, at this point with the House. I think it's really interesting being in California. You know, obviously, polls closed here just a couple hours ago. Within a minute, it was called for Kamala Harris. You know, she has a lot of support here, obviously, for the Democrats. It's her home state where she lives right now, L.A. She got a lot of celebrity endorsements. There was no surprise there. Adam Schiff, of course, won Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat. He's the Democrat, beat Steve Garvey, the Republican, handily. But the real question is, where will some of these key House races go for the Democrats? And right now, some of the early votes that are coming in from AP for the 5 most watched seats, which were Republican seats that were toss-ups by the Cook Political Report. And it looks like about 3 of 5 of them right now are leaning Democrat, for the Democrats to flip in their favor. So that's, you know, a little glimmer of hope there for the House and the Democrats.
Well, and as we watch those 5 seats, it is possible, right, Michelle, that actually we do know the House majority before we get those 5 necessarily, considering that there were more than 20 House seats that we were watching? Or could we really have to wait until December or whenever, when California finishes the tally?
Yes, California is a little notorious for taking its time sometimes to count ballots. I think there's a lot of mail-in votes here that definitely add to that wait time. You know, it depends. We've been surprised tonight, I think, at some of the races and how tight things have gone all along in this race. So, you know, I would just say basically anything's on the table at this point. And if it does come down to California, again, there's that tiny glimmer of hope right now of some seats being flipped, and another one being Katie Porter's seat. Of course, she was running for California Senate, was unsuccessful in doing so, but she did give up that House seat. And it does look like Dave Min, the Democrat, will take that. So again, that's just another you know, another small kind of victory on the way as we look at the tally for the House.
All right, Bloomberg's Sarah McGregor out in California. Thank you so much. We do not know who controls the House yet. We know the Republicans have won the Senate, and we don't know who will be president of the United States. But this market does seem to have already placed its bets. Stocks up, yields up, and the dollar up. Right now, S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures each up about 1.4%. The 10-year yield 14 basis points higher at 441, and it is a stronger dollar at nearly 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Joe.
Coming up as part of our special election night coverage, we are standing by to hear from Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. We'll bring you there when he speaks, with much more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
European countries need to think, do you want to compete as a small country or do you want to compete as Europe? I don't think they have a choice because the US and China have already started the race. And Europe needs to follow. There isn't a European company in the top 20 largest firms in the world. That is a problem.
But what does it mean for individual countries within Europe?
You can have more control and less growth, or you can have less control and more growth. If countries trust each other more and they build more European champions rather than each country having its own national champion, growth is going to be better, productivity growth is going to be better, the welfare is going to be better. But there is going to be less control at the national level. So right now, each European country wants to have its own telecom company, its own couple of large banks,
Its own bank,
its own large energy companies. And the question is, are you willing to surrender some of this control to European firms, which are going to be more productive, but you are going to have less control at the national level?
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of Election Night 2024, live from Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York on both TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. It is 1:30 a.m. Wednesday on the East Coast, and right now the presidential race remains too close to call. Donald Trump having won 247 electoral votes at this point, at least that's what is projected, to just 217 for Kamala Harris. But for any Harris victory at this point, it would have to run through the state of Pennsylvania. That is literally the only way she could make it to the 270 votes needed to win the Electoral College. And Pennsylvania right now, Joe, is still very, very tight, too close to call. 92% of the votes are in. Trump has 51.2% of those. Harris just 47.8%. It is a very narrow path for her. And right now, the financial markets are betting on a Trump victory.
That's right. If you are just joining us, if you're just emerging from your slumber to find out what's happening, an interesting set of developments here as Donald Trump makes his way to the convention center in West Palm Beach, where he does expect to speak at any moment. We'll bring you there. You can see, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV, the stage is set, the podium set up with the American flag backdrop, and some very happy people are there looking forward to what they hope is going to be a declaration of victory. He doesn't have the numbers yet officially, but Kamala Harris has chosen not to speak tonight. Important noting that she was going to be joining the nation from Howard University, Kaylee, her alma mater, in Washington, D.C. They had set the stage there, too, and supporters had been waiting for hours. Apparently, they will not be hearing from her until tomorrow, which gives us a bit of a sense of where we're going here.
Yeah, again, Kamala Harris only has 214 electoral votes right now, 270 needed to win, and a very difficult path for her to get there based off of what we're seeing right now, although still it is too close to call in all three of the blue wall states. So joining us now for more is Lonnie Chen. He is fellow in American Public Policy Studies at the Hoover Institution, also an alum of the Romney campaign of 2012. Lonnie, thanks for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It does seem that the market has made up its mind. Futures up, the dollar up, yields up. The Trump trade is on. It is still too close to call technically, but what is your feeling here at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time?
Well, my feeling is I'd much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. And I think if you look across those blue wall states that Kamala Harris has to have now to win the presidency, it's going to be tough because her margins in key areas, key parts of these states that she needed to win is not nearly as significant as it was for Joe Biden 4 years ago. So you look at Philadelphia, you look at Milwaukee, you look at Detroit, the three major urban areas in these three states. In all three of those places, we are seeing margins from the vice president that are not as significant as margins that President Biden had in 2020. So that really tells the whole story. You look a little closer at Philadelphia, you realize that in some of those northern parts of the city of Philadelphia, which have high Hispanic populations, Donald Trump is doing very well. And so he's been able to move his margin with Hispanics, with blacks, and I think that explains a lot of what we're seeing this evening.
Lonnie, tell me what this says about the Republican Party that once chose Mitt Romney as its standard bearer. How would you describe its station in the political universe tonight?
Well, it's not your father's Republican Party. It's certainly not the same Republican Party we saw from just about a decade ago. It is a Republican Party that has constituted around a very different coalition of voters. And one questions how much of this, by the way, is specific to Donald Trump versus a broader realignment with the Republican Party. That's something we're going to have to see. I think it's pretty Trump specific, if I'm being honest with you. I think that a lot of the support that we're seeing from these populations that have not voted Republican in a long time, union households, great example, union households traditionally break for Democrats 60 to 70% to 30% for Republicans. We're seeing 50-50 with union households in Michigan tonight. So I just don't know that that kind of coalition goes beyond Donald Trump. I guess we'll see over the next couple of years as there's a fight over who will be the standard bearer beyond Donald Trump. And J.D. Vance has a great head start on that, obviously being the potential vice president-elect. So we'll see. But it's a very unique coalition, certainly not one that looks anything like the Republican coalition from when I was growing up and actively involved in presidential politics.
Well, Lonnie, you're joining us this evening from California. We were just speaking with Bloomberg reporter Sarah McGregor out there, who reminded us that it may take some time to figure out who won the House races in California. And of course, the path to the majority might run through that state, New York, as well. How should we consider, as we face down the prospect of a potential Trump victory, the kind of check a blue House of Representatives could provide if Democrats are able to pull it out?
Well, it would be interesting because the House is the majoritarian body in the U.S. Congress. Essentially, if you've got the majority, you can do whatever you want. And so they can send all sorts of stuff to the Senate, and it won't get to Trump, but they can send it to the Senate that will put Republicans in tough positions from a messaging perspective. From a substantive perspective, not a whole lot you can do with one chamber being the House. The Senate's the more valuable chamber in a lot of ways because you have to deal with nominations and approving the president's nominations, and also some foreign policy matters that run more through the Senate as well. So I do tend to think that it will be a win for the Democrats to have at least one chamber. We'll see where California goes. As you note, we've got probably 4 or 5 pretty close congressional races we're going to be watching very carefully. And given how slowly we count votes in California, we might not know for a few weeks. But that will be dispositive in terms of who controls the House.
Pretty interesting to watch this occur at this hour, Lonnie. Donald Trump is expected to talk this morning at some point, as we mentioned, in West Palm Beach. What's he going to say? What do you want to hear?
Well, I think he's going to declare victory in one form or another, even though, as you note, there are a number of states that are still, pretty close. I think the pathway for Kamala Harris is exceedingly narrow. So I think he's going to claim victory. He's going to talk about maybe a little bit of what his vision is for the next 4 years. Who knows? We might get a surprise. Maybe he's even picked a Secretary of State or Secretary of the Treasury already. It might be a little early for that. But we'll certainly hear from him in the next couple of days what a Trump administration will shape up to be. This Trump administration will be very different from the first one. These guys are ready to roll. In 2016, really, I don't think anybody expected the Trump campaign to be successful. This time around, it's very different. They've got personnel. They've got a list of things that the president will want to do in the first 100 days. And those are all things that we're taking a very close look at because this is going to be a very different scenario than we found the Trump campaign in and the Trump transition in 8 years ago.
Lonnie, just quickly before we let you go, as you raise the prospect of a potential Secretary of State or Treasury pick, keeping in mind he has not yet won the presidency, but do you have any idea of who you think those people will be?
Chúng tôi giao dịch với Exness. Chúng tôi tận dụng mức giá tốt nhất cho vàng và dầu, thấp nhất, cạnh tranh nhất và ổn định nhất. Ngay cả khi thị trường có biến động, giao dịch với mức giá tốt nhất trên thị trường chắc chắn là vậy. Exness, born to trade.
Mua niệm Vạn Thành chính hãng tại website niệm-vạn-thành.vn hoặc gọi hotline 1800 6500 để nhận ngay ưu đãi cùng nhiều quà tặng hấp dẫn. Niệm Vạn Thành, ngủ ngon, sống khỏe.
Kaylee Lines at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Now at 1:38 a.m. Eastern Time, we still don't have calls on Pennsylvania, official calls, Michigan, Wisconsin, but Wall Street's acting like it's done.
Yeah, in fact, we're at session highs right now when you look at equity futures. The S&P 500 futures right now up by about 1.6%. NASDAQ 100 futures up by about 1.5%. And we can't go without focusing on the small caps. That has been a critical part of the so-called Trump trade. And the Russell 2000 futures are ripping right now, up more than 3%. You're seeing big moves in other asset classes as well, including in the bond market where yields are higher. That's basically all you need to know, but it is higher by quite some degree. On the 10-year yield, we're up 15 basis points. 442 is where we trade. And in FX, the Bloomberg Dollar Index has just hit a one-year high. You're seeing the dollar stronger against everything in G10 and especially stronger against the Mexican peso, which is weaker by more than 3 percentage points. The losses for the euro now have hit about 2% against the dollars. The foreign markets are watching what potentially could come of tariffs if Donald Trump indeed wins the presidency. We're not there yet. We're continuing to watch the count come in, so stay with us for more on Bloomberg TV and radio.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines at World Headquarters in New York. We've made our way into the 1 o'clock hour a.m. Eastern Time with results being closely watched not only here but around the world, including China. And joining us now, Bloomberg's Stephen Engel in Shanghai. Stephen, this presidential race has not been called, but it's certainly leaning in one direction. What are you seeing where you are?
Well, I'm I'm at the China International Import Expo, one of the largest trade fairs that China has. The premier was speaking yesterday. He was talking about the rise of protectionism and unilateralism. He didn't mention the United States, but on the eve of the U.S. vote, it was clear he was mentioning indirectly the United States. And of course, Donald Trump has at least proposed an across-the-board tariff of 60% on all Chinese imports into the United States. And that's going to affect a lot of the people here in the booths behind me. I'm at the USDA, the Department of Agriculture booths at the CIIE, including California wines. Believe me, the bottles of wine have already been opened and they are drinking. Back behind them is Idaho Grains and Pulses. And I heard one of the persons there manning the counter. He was asked by a Chinese media about the election and who was better for his business. He says, if Harris or Trump, we're still going to do business. But keep in mind, that's a big tax on products coming from China, across the board 60%. And I talked to the American Chamber of Commerce Shanghai chairman. He said, look, it looks as though American companies are going to have to be prepared for a longer tariff era, regardless of Harris or Trump in the White House. Because keep in mind, Joe, the Biden administration, they did not remove any of the tariffs that Trump imposed, $360 billion worth of goods from China, and they added to them as well, including export controls on sensitive semiconductor and computer products.
Well, that's an excellent point, Stephen. Of course, it becomes a question of scale as Donald Trump is talking about significantly larger tariffs that could be potentially much more economically damaging to both China and the U.S. With that in mind, is there a feeling in China that that could actually mean more domestic stimulus comes?
Yeah, that's right. There's a big reason why the National People's Congress, which is essentially the legislature of China, the all-powerful standing committee of that body, has been meeting this week in Beijing. They usually have that meeting at the end of October. They delayed it. We're going to get a meeting ended on Friday, and we're likely to get a stimulus number of fiscal stimulus. And there's a lot of speculation that they've waited to see the results of this election to see where that fiscal stimulus, trillions, potentially trillions of dollars of stimulus, where that will go. Exporters are going to be hurt further, potentially, by a rise of tariffs, no doubt. And they are really hedging their bets that perhaps if Donald Trump does come back as the results are coming in right now, that there's going to need to be more aid for exporters here at a time of persistent deflation, industrial overcapacity, a slowing Chinese economy. So absolutely, all eyes are watching that U.S. election results. In fact, state media has been keeping quiet until today. Front page articles saying, calling the American election unprecedented chaos and money-burning display. They're kind of bringing out the knives right now to attack American democracy. We'll see what they have to say tomorrow.
All right, Bloomberg's Stephen Engel live in Shanghai. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York, where we're joined by our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino. So while around the world they do seem to be bracing for a second Trump presidency, Jeannie, it is not yet a done deal. Kamala Harris has 214 electoral votes, Donald Trump 247. It all, though, is going to run through the state of Pennsylvania. 94% of the votes are in, and Donald Trump is up by 3 points. Jeannie, do you see any way that Kamala Harris pulls this out?
There is a way still, but it is, as you mentioned, increasingly narrow, and it all goes through the Keystone State. It's something we said over and over again, and I think in the aftermath, if she does indeed lose this thing, a lot of questions are going to be asked, including why didn't she choose the very popular governor of Pennsylvania as her running mate? Why did she go instead with the governor of Minnesota? But I suppose there's a lot of time for that after we have a decision.
Hindsight, no doubt. It'll be quite the unpacking of this campaign. But just as we sit here now, Rick, think of the evolution we've gone through just in the past couple of days, thinking it would take a week for us to know who would be president. I'm not going to suggest who's about to win here, but it seems like we're going to get a call imminently. How were we so far off on that?
Yeah, first of all, shout out to all the election workers who took their time and felt pretty threatened by some of the press and local people who thought that they were in part, responsible for losses that Donald Trump had in 2020. So great job. To the people who have done this. It's really quite commendable. There's been a lot of changes over the last 4 years to improve the timing of the count, and I think this is proof that worked. So I think that's one of the things that we'll take away from this election is how well run the presidential race was and all the down ballot races. That being said, these are pretty insurmountable numbers we're seeing now. I mean, a couple 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania and Michigan, 150,000 in Wisconsin. I don't think there's enough left on the table to overcome that. I would anticipate that if these margins hold up, this is not the kind of situation what we had in 2020 where some of these states were literally just a few thousand votes different between the winner and the loser. So this is a definitive win if they hold up in the blue wall. And other states like Georgia and North Carolina. They aren't close. Donald Trump was able to establish early leads and hold them. And I think it's a commendable approach that the Trump campaign took to really double down on their base. That's where his improvement came. It came in the rural counties of America, really focused on white working class families who felt like they had not benefited from the Biden administration. So there'll be a lot of, sort of slicing and dicing, but I think this is a definitive win by Donald Trump if all this holds.
Yeah, and of course, we are still waiting to see if Donald Trump does indeed win Pennsylvania or any of these battlegrounds. Only two have been called, Jeannie. Georgia and North Carolina both called for Donald Trump, 32 electoral votes with them combined. But just by simple math, Kamala Harris cannot win at this point without winning the state of Pennsylvania. We had been having conversations, to Joe's point, just in recent days about momentum Harris was experiencing, specifically with women in America. This could potentially be twice now that a female has been a major party nominee and not won the presidency. As Hillary Clinton talked about in 2016, that highest glass ceiling not shattered. What at the end of the day will we have learned about the power of the female electorate or not in this country?
I think that I hope this doesn't speak to the fact that it's going to be a long time before a woman has another chance at this. But I think the reality is the fundamentals were all working against the Democrats in this race. Number one, a very unpopular president at the top. Dissatisfaction amongst Americans, 2-1. They are not happy about the direction of the country. It's all about the economy, and with the inflation we've had, costs and everything else. And as we look around the world, incumbents this year have had a really tough time. So I think this speaks less to the issue of gender and more to the fact that people in the United States looked around, they were unhappy, dissatisfied, and quite frankly felt that they were not having their lives economically and otherwise secured by the leadership in this country. And so they are looking for a change. So from that perspective, not unexpected.
Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, thank you for the insights as always. They'll stick with us, Kaylee, as we watch the market reaction to this unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, the market seems to have made up its mind. The Trump trade is on. S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures each up more than 1.5%. Treasury yields are higher. We're now at session highs on the 10-year yield, up 18 basis points to 444. The dollar is stronger. In fact, the strongest in a year on the Bloomberg Dollar Index. Bitcoin is ripping higher. The peso and the euro are weaker as we stare down the prospect of tariffs. But again, it is not over, Joe. The presidency has not been called at this time.
Right. But we are going to be hearing from Donald Trump, likely imminently. We'll bring you his remarks live and unfiltered here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
stories that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, as we're now just over an hour away from European markets opening as votes are still being counted here in the U.S. We do not have a call in the presidential race, but Donald Trump is set to speak shortly, having had a pretty good night so far, and Kamala Harris has postponed her address to supporters until tomorrow. We're seeing a live view of the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the stage is set for Donald Trump. And joining us now is Bloomberg's opening trade anchor, Kriti Gupta. Kriti, it's great to see you. Good morning. How's this being viewed in Europe?
Well, Joe, Kaylee, this, of course, has international repercussions, and a lot of the issues that may be dominating the domestic agenda, it's a very different set of issues dominating the international one. A lot of that showing up in the currency market already, especially when it comes to the story of defense and when it comes to the story of tariffs. That's where Europe is kind of stuck in the middle of basically two major superpowers. And Joe, Kaylee, that's the conversation that people are having across Europe. Simply this idea of what does this mean in terms of additional aid to Ukraine? What does this mean in terms of kind of continued spending in terms of NATO? Also, what does it mean in terms of the tariffs, not just with China, but in terms of tariffs for Europe as well? Remember, there are quotas right now in place over steel when it comes to Europe, quotas that have really been putting on ice for the next administration, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, to decide whether or not those tariffs that were formerly put in under the Trump administration will actually stick. Those worries, those jitters, all of that showing up in the currency markets, the commodity markets, and certainly in the equity markets this morning.
To what extent, Kriti, for all of those markets, does the balance of power of Congress matter as well? As you raise the prospect, for example, of what's going on abroad in the war in Ukraine and the idea of whether or not funding from the U.S. to Ukraine will continue, that will ride on the power of the House and Senate. How's that being viewed?
It's being viewed with a ton of caution, Kaylee, not just in terms of defense spending as you lay out, but also in terms of the deficit. And that's where you're really seeing those jitters show up in the bond market. I'm sure you and Joe have been covering this all night long, but this idea that you are seeing a almost 15 basis point move in the long end of the curve is that deficit story that's also concerning a lot of investors internationally. This idea that the deficit ceiling gets hit January 10th, 10 days later, the new president gets inaugurated. That means that Congress's hands are kind of tied in terms of dealing with this fiscal deficit. In addition to your point around the spending story, around the tariff story, the jitters are certainly there. And again, you're seeing it show up in the long end. Of course, European and Asian traders have been really trying to play this market, trying to navigate this market in a lot of ways. You can see it show up in the bond story, showing up in the dollar certainly, and selling Europe, selling Asia seems to be the trade of the morning.
All right, Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta, thank you so much. As we're seeing, obviously, a powerful market reaction to what has already taken place here in the U.S. as it's approaching 2 a.m. Eastern time. We would remind you this race has not yet been called. The scores as they stand right now, Kamala Harris 214 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 248. 270 are needed to win the presidency, and no one has achieved that number yet. Back with us for more now as we await expected remarks from Donald Trump down in West Palm Beach, Florida, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino. So, Jeannie, while we are expecting we will hear from Donald Trump and could very well hear him declaring victory before before we firmly know that yet. We know we will not be hearing tonight or this morning, at least for the time being, from Kamala Harris. She is choosing not to address her supporters at this time. And for all of the talk on this campaign trail about democracy, about accepting the results of an election, about the idea of concessions, while she has nothing to concede at this point, the race has not been called. Is it a mistake for her not to speak?
No, I think it makes sense. Cedric Richmond came out and said they are going to wait for the votes to be counted, and that's what they should do. And then if they think that there is a question or they are extremely close, they have every right, as Donald Trump did in 2020, to legally challenge those. But after that, in a democracy, once you go through those challenges, you concede the race. So it's still early. The race hasn't been called. I think it makes sense for her to wait. But after that, if she can't challenge because she's not within the state laws to do that, she should concede. And, at this point, as the path narrows, that could happen as early as tomorrow morning, which is not unlike what happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton.
Rick Davis, bring us inside this moment we're about to witness in West Palm Beach. It seems that Donald Trump is going to speak a little later than first indicated, and the people in the room don't seem to mind. They're having a great time. We saw people wait 18 hours to witness a rally yesterday. This is an important moment for the campaign. You've helped to plan events like this before, whether it be a victory or concession speech. This is the moment that will go down in history. How's this campaign going to handle it?
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting because, one, what kind of speech are they going to write for the former president?
Will he read it?
And will it be a focus on unity? Will it be a focus on, bringing together the country at a time when it's been splintered apart by a very divisive presidential campaign? And then, as you say, Joe, will he pay any attention to what's on the teleprompter? It's a good question. We could have Donald Trump unhinged or Donald Trump very focused tonight. I would say I'm a little disappointed in Vice President Harris not addressing her audience. One, she just let it filter away. There was no real explanation as to what was going on, which I thought, was not really a great thing to do for your supporters who gathered there, who fought hard for her election. Two, she really needs to think through what would be a challenge. I mean, there's no reported irregularities in this election. I mean, this is an election that has been incredibly well run. And so, if you're going to take it to court, what are you going to take to court? Just your disappointment? That's not a legal challenge. I think that we need to get beyond this notion that somehow we have to litigate elections and hold them open as long as we can. I mean, John McCain gave one of the most important concession speech in modern political history in 2008, where he stood before his supporters and said, "I lost, and it's important that we respect the transfer of peaceful transfer of power." Yeah. And that sealed the beginnings of the Obama administration. And why in the world wouldn't you look at these results that are on the table now and either wait for a network designation of a win, but plan on making that statement as soon as possible. The country's institutions need to be rehabilitated, and only through those kinds of actions will that happen.
Well, Jeannie, as Rick makes an excellent point about the potential legal challenges or not that we could see in the aftermath, we have spent months talking about the potential for litigation in the days that follow November 5th, potentially all the way up until January 20th, when whoever wins will be inaugurated. Is it possible that that won't materialize at all, that there will not be challenges to the outcome of this vote?
I think it's actually likely that that is not going to happen this time. As Rick mentioned, unless there is something to challenge and it's within the state laws, many of these states, they all have different laws. Many say if you're within a certain percentage or a certain amount of vote, you have a right to ask.
It all starts with your first move. Then the next move. From moving in, moving up, to making the moves that will shape you, define you, and change you for the better. This is where you can fit in and get an experience that will keep you moving forward. Make your move to the University of Canberra, the home of hands-on education.
Chấp. Quá chậm. Tại sao nhà xưởng của các bạn phải chờ đợi những cái cửa chậm chạp như này? Hãy thay thế chúng bằng những cái cửa cuốn nhanh ngay đi. Cửa cuốn nhanh của Mercy sẽ loại bỏ những cái thời gian chờ đợi này cho quý vị. Đây là thiết bị cửa cuốn công nghiệp được làm từ nhựa PVC kết hợp cùng với động cơ mạnh mẽ. Cửa sở hữu thời gian đóng mở nhanh, cực nhanh, chỉ từ 3 đến 8 giây. Cảm biến an toàn hiện đại giúp cửa tự động mở lên khi phát hiện người hoặc xe lăn qua lại, giúp loại bỏ thời gian chờ đợi và các thao tác đóng mở cửa thủ công rườm rà, tăng hiệu suất làm việc, vận chuyển hàng hóa nhanh chóng, thuận tiện, đảm bảo an toàn lao động, hạn chế rủi ro đổ vỡ khi va chạm, ngăn côn trùng, bụi bẩn và thất thoát hơi lạnh. Hãy ngừng ngay việc chờ đợi và liên hệ ngay với Mercy Sài Gòn.
Resolved itself very quickly. We didn't see the protests and disruptions at the polling places that we had anticipated might occur, and we haven't seen any disruption, in election day activity, and not a whole lot of complaining by Donald Trump and his forces about anything being stolen. There's some tweeting that happened early on in the election, but that's just working a ref by my estimation. So the reality is we should be celebrating a very successful election in the United States, one that a lot of countries and a lot of people domestically thought, wasn't even going to happen. So, so far, I think that this election is actually starting to look like a traditional presidential election, and the candidate would likely wait until the last state before going to 270 was called, and it's kind of inappropriate to do otherwise. And so I'm sure President Trump is very impatient and would like to get out and address his crowd. They're all looking at the monitors, still sitting there waiting to go, right? But when you're going to receive good news, you want to stay all night long. When you're not going to receive good news, you're thinking about, well, maybe it's time to get some sleep.
Well, Rick, as we consider Donald Trump probably thinking he has more good news than bad at this point, he could potentially here win the presidency with the knowledge that he also has the Senate along with him. That has already been called for Republicans. The House, though, as we have mentioned repeatedly this evening, may not be the case. It could take a long time to figure out who won the House. So when he gets up at that podium and wants to make a bunch of promises to the American people about what a second term for him could look like, how should we expect to see restraint showing up if it is a blue house? What realistically will he not be able to achieve?
Yeah, it's hard to tell what he wants to achieve. If you believe what he has said during the campaign, there are trillions of dollars in tax breaks that he's going to want to try and implement. He's going to have to determine what he wants to do with his existing tax cuts that he put into effect in 2017. They expire at the end of next year, and so something has to be done. There'll be probably an effort to find some common ground around a tax reform initiative they can get through the House, because the House will have a big say as to whether or not any of that happens. He's going to have budget issues as soon as he gets into office. And there are quite a few Republicans who want to change the approach that we've had to budgeting. So I think that there are going to be a lot of fiscal issues relevant. And then, of course, he's going to be putting together a brand new administration. And so the House kind of takes a second seat.
Rick, I'm just going to interrupt you because a red headline has just crossed the terminal. According to multiple networks, Donald Trump has won the battleground state of Pennsylvania, and therefore the 19 electoral votes that go with it. That eliminates any potential path Kamala Harris would have had to 270 electoral votes, and therefore the presidency. 3 battlegrounds have been called on this election, what is now morning. North Carolina, Georgia, and now Pennsylvania called for Donald Trump by multiple networks. That would mean that he becomes the 47th president of the United States, Joe.
That's right, and we're going to apparently be hearing from him shortly. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where this news just came up on the big screens. Of course, they've been high-fiving for some time there. Tyler, what's it like in the room?
Yeah, hey, Joe, when this happened, a huge eruption of applause from the crowd here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Rick alluded to it previously that former President Donald Trump might be antsy to get out here. I can say that the crowd is in good spirits, but definitely waiting for him to come and address them. The teleprompters have been set up. We'll have to see what former President Trump does have to say. I just want to quickly give a little bit of context to how we might have gotten to this point all week, actually all year leading up up to this election, we have been talking about how the economy was the top issue for American voters in this election. Going into tonight, our latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll showing us that former President Donald Trump was leading Vice President Kamala Harris by 5 percentage points when it came to likely voters in these critical battleground states' confidence in handling the economy. That same group of voters, 68% of them in our Bloomberg News Morning Consult October poll felt that the country was on the wrong track. Statistics like these were some that the Trump campaign were banking on going into Election Day. It'll be interesting to see if former President Donald Trump hits any of these issues in his speech that we're expecting here shortly.
Well, so Tyler, as we await Donald Trump's appearance, he will, of course, be addressing the supporters gathered there in Florida, knowing that he has 3 battleground states called for him that could put him over the edge. He only has 267 electoral votes right now. He still needs to get to 270, but we're still awaiting results from Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Incredible to consider, and probably something the campaign wasn't bracing for, that it could be called this early, and that potentially a lot of these Western states, Tyler, won't ultimately have mattered at the end of the day.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. I can tell you the exact moment that the mood really shifted in here, and that was when North Carolina was called for former President Donald Trump, the first of those key battleground states that he needed in order to get to this poised position where he is today. Now, I spoke to a Trump campaign official earlier today who was harping on this issue of the economy again and seeing how that could potentially help them in some of these blue wall states that we are still waiting the election results in. And as you alluded to, some more of these Sun Belt states to fill out the rest of the Electoral College as we do await those results to come in.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano back with us as we reassemble our political panel. Tyler, thank you so much for the report from Florida. Need to hear from both of you on this. Bloomberg Politics contributors with us on the road for this entire cycle. Jeannie, what do you make of the fact that this has been wrapped up so early and the fact that it's Donald Trump?
You know, I have to, this is just the biggest political comeback. And you've got to give Donald Trump credit for that, whether you love him or not, that he has surmounted this comeback, becoming only the second president, if he is indeed does get to the 270, which looks increasingly likely, only the second president in American history after Grover Cleveland to be in office, defeated in office, and to come back in the way he has, and to do that given everything he was facing from the criminal trials, the civil trials, and everything else. I think if and when we do hear from him tonight, we're going to hear from an elated, but also an extremely exhausted president who also is going to be one of the oldest presidents to be inaugurated. That's right. And of course, that opens the possibility that he is going to have to lean even more than some of our past presidents on his vice president, who's a sitting Ohio senator who's going to be, if indeed they do win, going to become the vice president. So it is quite a moment, and it is historic. Again, if it does happen, I think we have to say, but it's looking increasingly likely like that's where we are. And I don't think any of us thought it would be this early, although I have to say, Rick did say it was going to be faster than I thought. So now I'm going to owe him 2 steaks on top of the Texas steak I already owe him, Kaylee.
That's a big one.
Well, so Rick Davis, jump in here, because Jeannie says if, and yes, the presidential race as a whole by the Associated Press has not been called, but the math simply can't work for Kamala Harris to get to 270 at this point. Correct. With Pennsylvania gone. Your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, look, Alaska, 3 electoral votes is going to be for Donald Trump. That puts him within 2 of the Electoral College requirement for 270 electoral votes. That hasn't been called yet, but I think we can anticipate Alaska doing what it usually does, which is vote for Republicans. The interesting thing about all this is it's really not a story about Kamala Harris and her campaign. It's really an extraordinary story about how Donald Trump overcame incredible obstacles, as Jeannie said, starting the campaign season with numerous legal problems resulting in convictions of a felony. By anybody else's standards, you would have thought that would end his political career in the tracks, but it strengthened him, and he overcame a number of other obstacles, including the top of the ticket on the Democratic Party switches 90 days out. So it's really been a election of firsts. And as Jeannie pointed out, this will be the first time in over 100 years that somebody has been president, sat out a term, and then come back to win another election. So, but he's done it by increasing the amount of vote that he got in 2020. He did it with addition, not subtraction. And so kudos to them for running a great campaign. And I think it's going to start a conversation within the Democratic Party. And I'm a Republican, so I'm probably speaking out of turn. But I think if I were part of the Democratic establishment, I'd start thinking about how you adequately expand your party base in order to support national candidates again in the future.
Wow, that is something else. Jeannie, if Kamala Harris really has lost, does she run again in 4 years, or is this a one and done? This is a one-time opportunity.
You know, I think she will be one of the leading contenders in a Democratic primary in 4 years without question. One of the things I think we have to remember is Democrats were, to a certain extent, robbed of a primary this time around. You know, Joe Biden thought he was able to run. He put himself out there and then withdrew so late that she was anointed. And I think we forget, you know, 90, 100 days ago. So she had a very short period of time to do this, but I think she'll certainly be one of the leading contenders. There's a lot of Democrats who will also be out there. And one thing I think we should remember about Donald Trump, if he assumes the office, which again we assume he will, he will enter as one of the most powerful presidents ever in American history. He now has a Supreme Court which has said he has almost complete immunity in office, and he has consolidated his power. And as he has said repeatedly during this run for the office this time around, when he came to Washington last time, he didn't know people in Washington. He didn't know who he wanted to appoint. But he has been working at this now for 4 years. So this is a man who comes as arguably the most powerful president ever to assume the office, certainly in modern history. So it is quite a change, even from when he assumed the office in 2017.
Well, certainly we see markets reacting to this change that we are seeing take place in America at 2:15 a.m. on the East Coast. We are at session highs on equity futures right now. S&P 500 futures up nearly 1.9%, 59.20 where we trade. NASDAQ 100 futures up by about 1.8%. And there is a massive move in small caps, very sensitive, of course, to the Trump trade. The Russell 2000 futures right now are up about 4.25%. We're seeing movement in the bond market as well, up 15 basis points on the 10-year yield to just shy of 442. The dollar is stronger. The peso and euro are weaker. And a headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Joe Matthew. Traders are paring back bets on Fed cuts next year. They now see just 100 basis points by September, which is a reminder to all of us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It is currently Wednesday. That means tomorrow we get a Federal Reserve decision in addition to all of this.
It's 2:15 a.m., right, not p.m., so we're almost 24 hours out. Remarkable to consider the way forward here on this week. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael Shepard now from Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. Bureau. Mike, we're waiting to hear from Donald Trump. He's going to be talking, we're told, at least soon from Florida. We're not sure what the holdup is. But why did Vice President Kamala Harris not speak to her supporters? Why not come on stage to say, hey, we're still in the game, we're still counting votes? They let everybody go home.
Well, it is looking like they don't have very many votes left to count that they could put back into their column to maybe eke out a victory. The path had been narrowing through the night for Harris and her campaign, and it's just become, as we've been noting in the conversation just now, almost mathematically impossible for her to reverse the course that we're on, which is really pointing toward a Trump comeback victory over Harris here.
Well, yeah, as we consider the mathematics here, keeping in mind she has won just 214 electoral votes at this point, Mike, even if she were to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and even the 3 in Alaska, that gets me by my math to 269. That's not enough.
It's not enough, and in a way, it really is a repudiation of the strategy that they had tried to employ in those swing states. And in her final push in Pennsylvania, she had spent the entire day Monday campaigning there with two big events, and it still wasn't enough to motivate enough voters to get out there and to flip any remaining undecided voters after all of that. And keep in mind, Kamala Harris didn't have all that much time to mount a full-fledged campaign. It was basically a 100-plus day sprint against Donald Trump after President Joe Biden decided not to seek re-election after his disastrous debate performance. So she was starting from the back foot in a way, with former President Donald Trump already having built up a lot of momentum heading into the summer.
But Mike, I'll be the first to start with the what ifs. What if she had chosen Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, to be her running mate? This could be a very different scenario right now.
Perhaps, but we also have to think about how Shapiro might have played elsewhere, and would he actually have made the difference and tipped the balance in his home state? Theoretically, maybe, but we don't know whether the message was really the problem. Remember, voters, and we've seen this in the exit polls, voters are expressing a lot of misgivings about the economy still. Some of the results that we're seeing from exit polling gathered by the Associated Press and some of the other television networks shows that voters are feeling singed by high prices for gasoline, for housing. And of course, Kamala Harris has offered a proposal to address housing supply and house prices, but still voters are feeling that that wasn't enough. And they are remembering with some nostalgia the economy that they thought they enjoyed when Trump was in office.
Well, Mike, as we consider here what may not turn out to be a success for Kamala Harris at the end of the day, there are some successes that we've celebrated, and Rick and Jeannie have called attention to them just within the last 20 minutes or so, that at this point, this does look like this was an election that ran safely and smoothly, and that the issues that we were watching that could have potentially taken shape really have not materialized. And the same might go for the concerns we had around artificial intelligence and mis and disinformation. These are things you track very carefully for us here at Bloomberg. You really spearhead our coverage on this. What really happened over the course of this election in those areas? How to what degree was it not as bad as feared?
This up because this emerged as topic A in the final weeks of the election. And we saw so many concerns raised about whether there could be some sort of disinformation effort that would foment violence or cast, immeasurable doubt on the results. And so far, we haven't seen signs of anything truly becoming consequential in that regard. We've seen scattered reports. We've seen reports of phony bomb scares being phoned in today. We've also seen some debunked videos on social media about, for example, ballots having been destroyed in one Pennsylvania county. But those haven't really amounted to much. And in a way, the system worked. We saw authorities and even citizens, voters, discerning the nonsense from what was real out there. At the same time, there was quite a bit of false information and bogus claims shared on social media, including by former President Trump and one of his top backers, Elon Musk, who happens to own the X social media platform formerly known as Twitter. And to his 200 million followers, Elon Musk was able to broadcast some of those same sorts of claims that many experts have debunked.
Shep, thank you. Bloomberg's Michael Shepard with us in Washington as we bring our panel back in. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano watching this happen along with us here this evening. Rick, while we're waiting to hear from Donald Trump tonight, I want to point you back to the Senate. This is clearly not Mitch McConnell's Republican Party. Now, the Republican Party has control of the Senate. Donald Trump is being projected to win the presidency now that the state of Pennsylvania has been called. What will this leadership battle to replace Mitch McConnell look like just a couple of weeks from now?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question, because I think with Donald Trump, if his ascension to the presidency is complete, I think he's going to want to put his own stamp on Senate leadership, and it may not include the current contestants. Wow. He may decide that he would like to put someone who maybe has a closer personal relationship with him. It's been talked about in the past ask that Steve Daines, who has been the head of the campaign committee for the Senate, who's, if all of the current elections hold in a way that continues to elect more Republican challengers, we could see a pretty sizable majority, and that will have been something that hasn't been accomplished for some time. So, do you reward him with a leadership post? So I think that we're going to see more tumult in Washington as these kinds of leadership battles go. And by the way, I think that would go in the House too. We're not giving up the House yet right now. I mean, it hasn't been decided, and the way tonight's going, nobody really knows what's going to happen. So maybe there'll be a new Speaker of the House, in addition to a potential stamp that Donald Trump might put on the Senate.
Well, if we consider that, though, Mike Johnson does have a close relationship with Donald Trump by most accounts, Jeannie. So what does his future look like, knowing it may not be clear whether he's going to become a member of the majority or the minority, but can he still be a leader either way?
I think if Republicans lose the House, Mike Johnson is going to take a good deal of the blame for that. And so, it's hard for me to believe that he would still be in leadership. I think there will be a struggle for leadership on the Republican side, something we're used to. But that's if Republicans lose the House. If they retain it, I think Mike Johnson will certainly be the Speaker once again. But that's the real question here. And of course, on the Democratic side, we have Hakeem Jeffries, who has really done a very good job for a new leader, consolidating what was the minority. If they become the majority, there are questions there. Does he face some of the same difficulties that the Republicans have faced from, in his case, the left side of his flank on issues like Israel, on, those kinds of issues that he has had to walk this line, but it's been easier when he's been in the minority. When he's been in the majority, if he's in the majority, they may be expecting a lot more from him.
Kaylee and Shep reminded us of an important point, and I'm wondering your thoughts on this, Rick. We never saw the protests that were expected and predicted materialize at the DNC. Never saw the attacks on polling places that we expected. We haven't seen violence break out really in any meaningful way before or after this election. It does seem like, as I consider the framing of that question, we're going to be hearing from Donald Trump right now. There you have it, being introduced along with J.D. Vance, his running mate. This is live video and audio from West Palm Beach, Florida, as we bring you to the convention center right now. The podium set up and the American flag. And I'm sure we're going to hear from Lee Greenwood here for a bit, so we might want to let this breathe. This song's got a couple of minutes in it, Rick. Now that we're actually seeing them on stage here, that, by the way, includes the former First Lady, Melania Trump, who has spent very little time on the campaign trail alongside her husband. His sons are with him, along with several other family members and other supporters. He was with Elon Musk and Dana White at the dinner earlier at Mar-a-Lago. Michael Whatley, the chair of the Republican National Committee, who was with us earlier on the broadcast, Kaylee, on the stage as well. Looks like he's not going to wait for this song to complete. Maybe he will. The whole family is coming around behind the podium. Rick, this is an incredibly important moment in Donald Trump's political career. Bill Clinton is apparently no longer the comeback kid.
Yeah, that's right. I think this is going to take that crown. And, we see Barron Trump, first time in the campaign, really participating on stage. But I think, this is the new Camelot, if you really want to stress out and say, this is a family that is going to be involved in politics for a long time. I think there were real questions as to what their longevity would be if Donald Trump didn't win tonight. But that is settled. At least we think it's pretty close to being settled. So expect to see and hear from family members, especially Donald J. Trump Jr., who played an instrumental part in recruiting J.D. Vance onto the ticket.
Well, yeah, that's right. As we see both of the sons on the stage, Melania Trump, the former First Lady, looks like on track to be the First Lady once again on the stage, as well as the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is there, who we were just discussing, Jeannie, in the final moment here before Donald Trump actually decides to speak. He's still soaking it up. What tone do you expect we'll hear?
You know, I think he's going to be, I would think, gracious to all the people who supported him and helped him in this. I think we're going to, you know, this has got to be a very excited but very tired person. He was out late last night campaigning. Right. He probably hasn't had a wink of sleep in a week. He's got to be exhausted, but boy, what a comeback this is.
This is going to be an extended, potentially, round of applause and a standing ovation here as the music comes down and the chant, USA, in the West Palm Beach Convention Center. There is a massive crowd there tonight. Let's listen live to Donald Trump.
Thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here tonight, very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Republican candidate Donald Trump addressing his supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Donald Trump thanking those supporters for what he says was his being elected president. That hasn't technically happened yet. 267 electoral votes have been called for him. He needs 270 to win. He could take any remaining state on the board to get over that threshold. Meantime, Kamala Harris has just 224 electoral votes. At this time, with still some states left to be called, Donald Trump is also winning the popular vote. And he says America has given him a, quote, unprecedented mandate. We want to go now live into the room in West Palm Beach, Florida, where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining us live at Trump HQ on what has turned into an election morning, nearly 3 a.m. on the East Coast. Tyler, what is the energy like in the room?
Yeah, hey, Kaylee, former President Donald Trump declaring a victory as he is poised to become that 47th president of the United States. But as you mentioned, it hasn't quite happened yet. The energy in this room is incredible. You have all of his supporters cheering him on as it intensifies in here, as well as in his VIP section. We saw Elon Musk as well as Dana White invited up on stage. Former President Trump started his remarks by calling this the, quote, greatest political movement of all time that will, quote, reach a new level of importance to help our country heal. Importantly, I want to point out that he also spoke about how Republicans have taken back the Senate. That is going to be absolutely critical to any candidate's agenda going forward, but perhaps particularly for former President Trump when it comes to his economic policies, as he has put forward a litany of tax proposals that will need to get through the new Congress. He also called out all of the battleground states so far that have officially gone to him for their total helping, saying that that is what ultimately propelled him today. But he did his signature weave, hitting many issues, including immigration, also taking shots at various news organizations. I will quickly add that he did invite up his vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, onto the stage. Our Bloomberg News viewers might know him first as a venture capitalist and a member of the Senate Banking Committee. He did seem to hone in on one of the Trump campaign's main messages, which is this idea of an economic resurgence. We know, Kaylee and Joe, throughout this whole campaign, the economy was the #1 issue for U.S. voters.
You said it, Tyler Kendall, with us from Trump HQ in Florida tonight. Thank you. I suspect that party is going to go on for a while as we bring our panel back in for their thoughts on what we have just seen and heard. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are still with us at now the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Pretty remarkable to see a victory speech like that, including the head of the UFC, among others, called to the podium. He was on the script. He was off the script, Rick. To think that we're getting this done tonight, though, is pretty remarkable, when many folks thought we'd still be talking about this next week.
That's right. I don't think anybody would have anticipated that within 12 hours of the polls closing in the East Coast, we'd have an election declaration by one of the candidates and uncontested by his opponent, Kamala Harris. We've heard nothing from her, no congratulations or concession otherwise. So
important to note that.
Yeah, we've moved along, and I think that that's sort of the idea of American politics now. Is you go out, you declare victory, and it looks like the numbers are all going to add up for him. He's going to have a big night. He looks like a potential clean sweep of the 7 targeted states that we started with 2 years ago and have now decided Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States.
Incredible. And of course, it's not just those here in the U.S. that are watching this. The world is watching this, Jeannie, and beginning to chime in, including the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, whose office just put out a statement on X. Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. He says your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. There are many domestic policy implications to consider with the results of this vote, Jeannie, but foreign policy as well.
Foreign policy, certainly. And, you know, it is a fraught time in the world. So, you know, obviously what is going on in the Middle East, what has happened in Israel and on the Gaza Strip. We know that Donald Trump was close to Benjamin Netanyahu. They had a slight sort of break, if you will, after Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on his win in 2020, but they seem to have patched that up. But certainly what's going on in Israel is at top of mind. Also, we need to look at Europe. You know, I think everybody in Ukraine has got to be wondering what happens now. U.S. funding, U.S. support for the war, that is all up in question. All members of NATO have got to be concerned. We've also got President Trump talking about the word he loves more than anything, which is tariffs. He has said he will put very, very large tariffs, not just on China, but on Europe, on Mexico. The list is long. We don't know if he will fulfill that. So there is a lot, I think, of open questions around the world. I think we're going to hear more congratulations to him once he officially gets the to 270. But I also think there's a lot of concern around the world about what this means as the United States changes hands once again, going back to Donald Trump.
Well, we are hearing from at least one member of NATO, Emmanuel Macron of France, congratulating Donald Trump on the election win. Viktor Orban of Hungary, the biggest comeback in U.S. political history. Congratulations to President Trump on his enormous win, a much-needed victory for the world. You made an interesting point earlier, though, Rick. This has not been officially called, but there has been no word from the Democratic nominee. Should Kamala Harris be issuing a statement tonight?
Yeah, sure. I think that maybe they're waiting for an official AP declaration of victory, but it's all but in the books at this stage.
It's got to have been written, correct?
Absolutely. I think that the Harris campaign is probably in a state of shock. It's very hard to get over a stunning loss like this. She had a lot of momentum. She was very excited about the prospects of changing history, and I think that the reality, though, is they need to overcome that. They need to move on. They need to try to solidify the country around a new president. And as difficult as that may seem, and unfortunately having been in that position many times in my past, you know, it's really important to the political system that we have this kind of change. And you don't want to get too bollocksed up on the technicalities. Donald Trump's going to win. She knows it, and her campaign knows it, and they should address it.
Well, and we'll see when they do so. For all of the time Kamala Harris spent on the campaign trail talking about Donald Trump's unwillingness to accept the results of the 2020 election, we'll see how she accepts the results of this 2024 election. For all of the conversation, Rick, that has been had, first with Joe Biden, then with Kamala Harris, about what they described as Donald Trump posing a threat to democracy, as being unfit to serve, someone who wouldn't abide by the Constitution. The American electorate, everything is showing us, has still chosen him. He will perhaps not just win the Electoral College, but the popular vote as well. What does this teach us about where America is right now?
Yeah, look, I think that they're not buying that, characterization of Donald Trump. I think you have to rely on the institutions that we have that make our democracy strong, and know that, even under threat, they'll stand. And look, I mean, I think we have to wait and see how Donald Trump approaches the presidency. And you can sort of trust but verify in this case. We don't know what his approach is going to be to the rule of law and these kinds of things, because we've seen all sides of him, right? And so given time, we'll learn more as we go along. But I think that when you look at the results of this election, you look at the widespread support that he got that is beyond what he got in 2020, You know, the Ohio River Valley has now become a bastion of Trump support. Southern Florida, Dade County, a county that went with Joe Biden in 2020, overwhelmingly for Donald Trump this cycle. I mean, everywhere you look, there's improvement by the Trump coalition in adding votes to his tally, and as you described, to the point where he's actually overcome a Democratic dominance in modern presidential campaigns of the popular vote to looking like he's going to wind up winning the popular vote too. So it's something we have to deal with, and I think, you know, we have to step off from this point on and realize that if you believe that you've been promoting the peaceful transition of power, it has to come with the package that we've got on the election night tonight, and that's Donald Trump.
I'd love your thoughts on this, Jeannie, as the nation puts 2020 behind it. January 6th, Stop the Steal. Does the Democratic Party need to move on and signal that to voters?
I think they absolutely do. You know, I don't think we could ever forget what happened on January 6th. It's critically important that we think about ourselves as one people and what has happened, so I don't mean we should move on from it in that way. But I do think that the Democratic Party is going to have to try to figure out how it goes and appeals to coalitions that it has long served, that seem to be, I mean, it's still got a robust following, but that seem to have been looking for something else. And I think, you know, as we look at the numbers, the number of people who say that the United States is moving in the wrong direction, the number of people dissatisfied with the direction of the country, that is problematic. And so I think we all have to consider that. And I do think that that was a hard sell on the democracy front from Biden and then Harris, primarily because the American people saw Donald Trump as president, and they knew he hadn't acted in a way that destroyed the country. And so they didn't seem to buy that argument. And so from that perspective, they do have to move on. But to Rick's point, we also have to make sure that Donald Trump, how he approaches the office and issues of law and order are critically important.
Well, and there is a reason that there are checks and balances in the U.S. government that goes across the different branches, one of which, of course, is the legislative branch. We do not know yet at this hour who will win the House of Representatives. We do know, Jeannie, that Republicans will control the Senate. The question is going to be the majority. We know it will be at least 51 to 49. But in the blue wall states, one of which Pennsylvania has now been called for Donald Trump, in each of them, the Republican candidate is leading the Democrat right now. What difference would a 54 Republican majority Senate mean over a 51?
Every vote counts and every vote matters. So that would be very, very important. You know, traditionally, they do need to break that filibuster. And so you would need to get to 60. But the closer you are, if they can pull over some Democrats, it could help them do that. So, of course, for Republicans, that would be important. And, you know, we've been living the last few years with such a narrowly divided Senate in which one person like a Joe Manchin from West Virginia can make such a difference. So really, really important for the Republicans to try to get there. And obviously, Democrats would like to hold Casey where he is right now, but we're going to have to wait and see if that happens.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, having heard the victory speech from Donald Trump live here on Bloomberg, let's get a check on market reaction now as well. Having just heard from the former president, here's Bloomberg's Valerie Title. Valerie?
Good morning from London. As Trump was speaking, we had U.S. equity futures hit all-time highs. We are continuing to see a good outperformance when it comes to the Russell 2000 index. That's the index of small caps. It reached a near 5% level as Trump was speaking. And then flipping to FX, the Bloomberg Dollar Index is still trading very strong this morning. And if we take a look especially at tariff-exposed currencies, I'm thinking of the euro, of dollar MEX, of dollar CNH, the Chinese yuan. Those have all taken quite a beating so far in this session. Now, it was notable that in Trump's speech that we just heard, he did not express any language when it comes to tariffs. So we haven't seen necessarily these currencies weakening any further, but they are still at session lows. Back to you.
All right, Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel in London. Thank you so much. As we continue to view the reaction across the world, across the markets and the political sphere alike, we want to return now to Florida, where we just heard Donald Trump speaking from at his election night now morning headquarters in West Palm Beach. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is still there. Tyler, obviously there were a ton of supporters in that room, Donald Trump himself, members of his family, but also some other familiar faces. And I wonder how we should view the roles of some of those people that were there with him on that stage and what role they may take in a future second Trump administration.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. Bloomberg News reporting that there's already starting to be some jockeying in a potential Trump administration. We know that he spoke about this idea that Republicans have taken over the Senate. That is going to be critical not only to his agenda, but also for confirming cabinet members and critical personnel. There's over 3,000 open roles that he is going to have to fill in a new administration. We know that he called out Elon Musk, gave him a big thank you, not even 15 minutes into the speech, so very high up, thanking him for his support. Musk has pledged billions of dollars to help get former President Donald Trump elected, as well as other Republican allies. He's formally talked about this desire to help the government cut down on fiscal waste and spending. Whether or not that position would actually come to fruition, we haven't gotten concrete details on that yet. He also called out RFK and his health policies. Now, Howard Lutnick of the Trump transition team has said that RFK is not in the running for HHS secretary, but we'd have to see if he would come on maybe in some sort of advisory role. So we're looking at some of these key advisors, these key political backers, and how they might play a role in a future Trump administration.
Tyler, there's a lot of people behind you there still. I believe the candidate has left the building. You can correct me if I'm wrong. What are we doing at 3 o'clock in the morning? This party continues?
That is a good question. Actually, the media is going to have to get out of here soon. We're starting to see people flow out of West Palm Beach Convention Center, but the mood in here is still pretty elevated. You can probably hear the music is up pretty loudly. We're seeing Make America Great hats scattered all around as his supporters do start to celebrate and think about what is going to happen tomorrow as we get the certified results in and we look ahead to what a future Trump administration could look like.
Well, yeah, as we consider what that could look like, we know, Tyler, that ultimately the shape of policy could be defined just as much by Congress as the presidency. We had a leader in Congress, House Speaker Mike Johnson, up there on the stage with Donald Trump this evening, as well as Donald Trump talked about what he wants to do with the country in a second term. There is a reality check that we should keep in mind this evening.
Right, exactly. And Bloomberg News actually one of the first to report that House Speaker Mike Johnson was coming from Louisiana here to Palm Beach on this early expectation of optimism that Republicans were going to do well tonight. We've been talking all night. Joe and Kayla, you have been covering how critical these down ballot races are and this idea of whether or not we will get a divided government, because in any new administration, any legislation, any agenda does need Congress's buy-in. And I had mentioned former President Donald Trump's litany of tax cuts and incentives, particularly when it comes to the corporate tax rate and his pledges around that. When that new Congress is elected and in session back in January, we are gearing up for what is expected to be a potential tax fight as they overhaul the code. Former President Donald Trump has said that he wants to see his 2017 tax cuts extended, as well as other changes to the corporate tax rate and some personal tax incentives that we'll be paying close attention to.
All right, Tyler Kendall, thank you. In West Palm Beach, Florida, where we just heard from Donald Trump and saw many of his family and supporters up on the stage. We want to reassemble our political panel as we're just helping us to understand some of the things that have transpired over the course of this evening. We just got a congratulatory note from Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. This is something that we were talking about a bit earlier, the way that he would interpret this news and what it would mean for Ukraine's war effort with Russia. I will be honest, we've spoken with a number of officials from Ukraine, have been very careful, Poland as well, about what they said about Donald Trump, knowing that he may well win the presidency. Rick, what does it mean for the future of Ukraine in this effort?
Yeah, I don't think we know for sure. Sometimes Donald Trump's rhetoric doesn't match his actions. I remember many cases where members of the Senate would tell me, don't listen to what he says, just watch what he does. And there is an inconsistency there. So I think it doesn't take much to realize that there's a majority in Congress that supports Ukraine, and he's going to have to pick his fights. I doubt if he'll want to fight them all. And I think this is one that he'll obviously put some effort into trying to find a peaceful solution to the conflict. If that's rebuked by either the Ukrainians or the Russians or both, then he's going to have to deal with the issues on supporting NATO and the European response to this. I think we've seen a buildup by the European NATO countries in support of Ukraine, with the expectation that something like this could happen, and they'd want to make sure NATO was fully funding Ukraine war effort before this election happened. So there's been some hedging, and I think we'll see what happens next.
Well, in the interest of hedging, I would just point out it isn't yet official. Donald Trump has not crossed the 270 threshold it takes to win the Electoral College. He is still at 267 electoral votes. Any remaining state on the board, if he wins it, he will get to the number required to win the presidency. So it does feel, Jeannie, like right now it is only a matter of time. As we consider that, though, to the point Rick was just making, watch what he does. There is a difference between trying to win a job and what you do once you're actually in it. How should we be considering that tonight for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, he made a lot of promises on the campaign trail. I was just listening to you talk about Ukraine. I mean, what did Donald Trump say? He said he would end that war on day one. And so we will have to watch and see what he has in store, because when he's been asked and pressed, even from friendly interviewers, he has said he couldn't reveal how he was going to do that because he didn't want to give it away. So now, if he indeed, to Kaylee's point, does have the job and is inaugurated in January, how does he end this war between Ukraine and Russia on day one? And that's a promise he's made in so many areas as we think about what is going on in the world. He has said repeatedly that when he was president, there was not this kind of chaos as he describes it and the wars going on in the world. So, is he able to, live up to his promise of peace and prosperity in the world once he gets here? And if so, how? So we're going to have to just watch and see, because it is a very different thing to promise on the campaign trail and to deliver when you're in office.
How true. Jeannie and Rick, thank you so much. Great analysis here. The opening trade is up next. We'll have a lot more to follow here. Special election coverage 2024 on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
I'm Professor Hannah Fry, mathematician and writer. In this series, I will meet the companies, people, and pioneers transforming the world.
It's like the Jetsons meets the Flintstones.
Whatever future you dream of, if it affects us, I will explore it. The future is coming.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to special extended coverage of the 2024 election on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from global headquarters in New York. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew. It is nearly 3:20 a.m. Eastern time on the East Coast. And we do seem that we are tracking toward a final result here. The Electoral College, as it stands now, 224 votes for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. The threshold required to win the presidency, 270. Donald Trump only needs to pick up one more state, Joe, no matter where it is, that would secure him the victory.
That's absolutely right. It's not official yet, but it could happen at any moment. Of course, you'll learn when it does happen here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It has not kept Donald Trump from declaring victory, though, and many congratulations now coming from around the world, Kaylee. Of course, the markets, the financial markets, had been moving in this direction since long before the first state was called. We saw the reaction around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time as investors thought Trump was the winner.
Yeah, and certainly you're seeing global leaders react as if he is officially the Prime Minister of the UK. Keir Starmer congratulating Trump on his election win, as has the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, the one person we haven't heard from, though there's many, but one in particular we haven't heard from at this time is Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's bring in now from Washington, D.C., Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. Washington, of course, where Kamala Harris was spending her evening. Mike, she chose not to address supporters. Do we have any idea when we can expect to hear from her?
Kaylee, it's a great question, and we don't yet have a sense of timing. Her campaign co-chair spoke to reporters and supporters who were gathered at Howard University a couple of hours ago to say that she would be coming out sometime later this morning, but we don't really have a sense of timing. And by later this morning, it really sounded like it would be daylight hours. And they're going to have to think about how they regroup and how they message this, not only to their supporters who worked so hard to try to get her elected, but also to the nation, which really experienced a tumultuous, chaotic, and divisive at times campaign, and how the party will regroup going forward, but also look to work with the incoming administration.
So what's tomorrow going to look like in Washington, Shep? You've seen a couple of these happen before. There were a lot of supporters of Kamala Harris who went to Howard University this evening and waited around for hours, only to be told to go home, that she would not be speaking this evening. There's going to have to be a series of events, assuming this is made official between now and sunrise, a series of events starting in the morning that are coming from Harris HQ.
Well, in a way, this is a reprise of what we went through in 2016, when it became clear in the overnight hours that Donald Trump was going to prevail over Hillary Clinton. And in the same way, there was that first sense of shock and disbelief and disappointment that rumbled through the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign. We're sort of seeing that same moment of angst right now with the Harris campaign, but they will have to pick themselves up up and message it, as Rick was indicating in one of the earlier segments, that they, as the party of trying to promote a peaceful transition and transfer of power, they're going to have to walk the walk in addition to talking the talk in terms of handing the reins of power from President Joe Biden over to Donald Trump in an orderly and respectful fashion, which is different than what we all remember having taken place under Trump in 2020.
Well, as we consider what took place in 2020 and then into January 2021, I guess we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get any kind of repeat of that this time around. Mike, we've been discussing this with Rick and Jeannie. We've talked extensively about the potential for a lot of litigation in the aftermath of the result. But with the way things are tracking now, is it likely that those lawsuits trying to change this outcome in the courts is something that's really going to happen?
You know, the Democratic Party may try, and they have mobilized well ahead of time, just like the Republican Party had done as well, an army of lawyers prepared to contest any sort of irregularity that they may run into. But looking at the margins that we're seeing in a number of these states, it's going to be very difficult to mass a case that would collect enough votes that could reverse any one of these results. The other thing I think we'll want to watch out for is, will there be any trouble on the ground as a result of this? And we did see after Trump's first victory in 2016 and around his inauguration in early 2017, some trouble in downtown Washington. There were protests, there were a few windows broken here and there. And as you remember, before leaving for New York, they were boarding up some of the storefronts in our neighborhood here in downtown Washington around our office. But it's unclear whether any of that will happen, and if there is a gracious outreach from the Harris campaign toward the Trump camp, we may see something calmer and less of the unrest that many people have been fearing.
Yeah, no shortage of fencing and plywood going up in the nation's capital ahead of this election. Mike Shepard in Washington, D.C. Thank you, sir, for staying up so late with us. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano now with some final thoughts. We've been through a lot together here. I don't know what your thoughts are on tomorrow. We'll see if this is officially called tonight. Does Kamala Harris need to schedule something first thing in the morning?
I think she does. Once the results come in, she should schedule it. I suspect we may hear from her, just a guess, around 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow. I think it is fair for her to wait until these results come in, but once they do, she's going to have to come out and say some words to her supporters and concede the race. And Mike is absolutely right. At least at this point, these margins don't seem close enough for her to contest. If they are, she has every legal right to challenge them. But at this point, we haven't heard anything of that sort.
Well, so Rick, as we close out at least our coverage here from New York for the day, which has stretched well into the early hours of Wednesday, what is your final thought on the way this has all gone down?
Yeah, I think that we should plan not to ever be surprised in politics again. This has been one of the most tumultuous, campaigns over time. Incredible twists and turns, things that we never even imagined would enter into a presidential campaign. And I'd say I think we're just as surprised by the outcome of tonight. And so I think this is sort of the new politics of the American democracy, is that you can't really expect or anticipate what's going to happen next. I think pollsters are all going to be looking into their models and say, what did we do wrong again? Although I thought it was a pretty well polled election. We knew there was a polling error somewhere in there, and we found it was probably the same as 2020. A couple points for Donald Trump. And that was the point I think we were making at the very beginning of the night, is that just 2 points any given way would result in a landslide. And that's what we saw tonight.
You've been saying that all along, Jeannie. What's the pollster inside you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think we have to go back and we're going to have to look at these models that we've been using. The non-response bias is a big problem, but I think we're also going to have to think about what this campaign teaches us about money in politics. Kamala Harris outraised and outspent Donald Trump by large amounts and did not win. And of course, Rick and I spent a lot of time talking about the ground game. Kamala Harris had an enormous ground game. Donald Trump outsourced to Elon Musk and Turning Point USA. it was unclear whether that would be successful, but boy, these
Turned out
results
to be the smartest move of the campaign.
turned out to be enormously important and helpful for him. So a lot, I think, to reflect on as we go forward about how this really does change the game.
Yeah.
And this is the comeback of the century, if not beyond. I mean, wow, what a victory for Donald Trump.
That's the Democrat talking. Rick Davis, Jeannie Shenzano, thank you so much. Happy election day after, Kaylee. The markets are moving.
Yeah, they certainly are. The victory is not official yet, and yet we are seeing trading acting as if it is such. S&P 500 futures up 2 percentage points. Russell 2000 futures, small caps, are roaring up 5.3%. We're seeing a big move in treasuries as well. The 10-year yield up 13 basis points to just shy of 4.4. The dollar is stronger. The peso and the euro are weaker. It is incredible as financial markets and the world as a whole has watched what has gone down on this election day. Thank you for sticking with us through the long haul here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The Electoral College, as it stands right now, 224 for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. He is on the cusp of clinching the 270 he needs to win the presidency.
You said it. We'll meet you back here at high noon on this day, Eastern Time. With Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew on Bloomberg TV and radio.
On this historic day. Let's get back to the markets. Valerie Tatel standing by for a check on the market reaction to a likely Trump presidency. Valerie.
Tom, this is all very positive for risk assets. We have a clear winner. Remember that big market worries that we were going to head for a contested election. Seems like we don't have that, and there is room for a risk asset rally. S&P futures at all-time highs, up 2.4%. We're also seeing quite a substantial rally when it comes to small caps. This is a very favored Trump trade, up 6.2%. A lot of this has to do with the fact that we're seeing volatility fall across assets. Let's take a look at how the VIX has been faring in the last 45 minutes. It is clearly on a downward trend. A lot of people out there wanting to sell volatility into this event, but it was quite a risky call. We were seeing volatility fall not in just the VIX, but also across FX as well. If you look at euro-dollar FX volatility, that is also plummeting, and this is very positive for risk assets. Let's do a quick check finally on the Treasury market. Eyes are on this steepening, but yet again, this steepening has not been aggressive enough to dent the equity rally. We're seeing 15 basis point rise in the 30-year yield, which to some, yes, it's one of the biggest moves we've seen this year, but it's not big enough to dent the risk-on rally that we're seeing this morning. Tom.
Bloomberg's Valerie Tatel, we thank you so much walking us through some of that market reaction. She's talking about the U.S. Treasury yield curve there. We're already seeing that bid into European bonds, specifically into German debt, matched with world reactions. The world leaders already hopping on it. Remember, we were still three electoral votes technically for him to get to 270. He's getting a lot of congratulations from Starmer, Macron, Zelensky, you name it.
Absolutely. It hasn't been called, but it has been called.
Yeah.
That certainly seems to be the impression that we're getting from world leaders right now, thinking about how their strategies are going to be adjusted in a world where we have significantly more unpredictability coming out of the White House. It is common form, though, to congratulate those that win elections, and this seems to be certainly fitting the narrative. I wonder what's going on behind closed doors. There's been a lot of talk about the preparation that Europe in particular has made ahead of a Trump presidency, both on what is going to happen with Ukraine, what is happening with defence spending, what is happening with NATO, and what particularly is happening with tariffs as well.
And something that Emmanuel Macron has been very vocal on as well, pushing for that need for Europe to be less dependent. And you can debate how much success he's had on that front. Here in the UK, really interesting. Look, we know Donald Trump is sensitive to these congratulatory messages. Keir Starmer coming out. This is the first time we in the UK will have operated with a Labour government working with our key US ally, and we know that there's been some tension there, given that Labour, some of Labour's supporters have been out helping Kamala Harris. We also know that David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, has made some pretty critical remarks about Trump before he was Foreign Secretary. So all of that could prove a tension point in terms of the relationships in the UK.
Does this drive, though, Europe and the UK back together from a security point of view? I think will be an interesting question, particularly if there are question marks around the NATO guarantees.
We talk a lot about this in the context of what's going on in Eastern Europe and Ukraine as well. There's another war in this region that we've got our eye on that Trump could be consequential to, especially with the role that Iran plays, the effect on energy markets. Whereas the rest of the world leaders we mentioned gave congratulatory messages. The leader out of Iran said the change in election results don't have a clear relevance for Iran and says that its economy has become resilient after years of sanctions. We'll see, of course, how that narrative changes as the new president takes office, of course, in January. But in the meantime, I should remind our global audience, Trump, although declaring victory, has not hit that 270 electoral vote count yet. Of course, it is assumed that we're going to get there, not to mention a Senate that is largely Republican already and a House that may swing that way as well. We're going to have plenty of coverage ahead for you for the markets, for the politics, and of course the international reaction and implications. That does it for the opening trade. Stick with us. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special coverage of the U.S. election. I'm Francine Lacqua. Now, Donald Trump is closing in on the presidency after wins in key battleground states. So this is what we know so far. He's taken Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Now, the electoral vote count so far is Trump 267, Harris 224. Now, Kamala Harris has won California, New York, Nebraska, and Minnesota. Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate. So these are the key swing states that are deciding this election. And of course, investors are expecting a second Trump administration to bring policies that will boost economic growth, corporate profits, inflation similar to his first term. Now, however, the market reaction also reflects concerns about the potential for increased budget deficits and inflation, with some investors warning of the need for caution and potential profit taking. So all the votes are not in yet, but the moves send a clear signal that investors expect a second Trump administration to look much like his first one, possibly a steady stream of policies, including tax cuts, deregulation, tariffs, that will simultaneously stoke economic growth, corporate profits, and inflation. Now, for those on Wall Street who've been riding the Trump trade, it was a moment possibly of vindication, even if ultimately it could prove fleetingly. You can see S&P futures, NASDAQ futures, even European stocks gaining between 1.8 and 2%. Again, the surge in Treasury yields underscores concern that Trump's policy, though, will only further swell a bloated budget deficit and reignite an inflation spiral that policymakers was just finally getting to grips with. Now, what Wall Street is saying is that bond vigilantes are probably exerting pressure on leaders in Washington to keep spending in check. Now, there are also a couple of things that we need to particularly watch out for at Tesla because of the help of Elon Musk in this campaign. And of course, Trump Media Technology Group, that stock pre-market 60% higher than when you look at Tesla. It's also gaining pre-market. So let's get to Tesla in just a second to see what that's doing. 12% higher. So Donald Trump on the cusp of recapturing the White House, projected as a winner across many of the pivotal swing states, with his party also set to control the Senate. In an address to supporters in Florida, he called it a political victory that our country's never seen before.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Donald Trump there speaking to his supporters at his election watch party in Florida a little earlier this morning. Now we're joined by Leslie Vinter-Murray, director of the U.S. and Americas program at Chatham House, Sarah Malik, Nuveen Asset Management's chief investment officer, and Ross Matheson, Bloomberg's EMEA news director. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. I mean, some of the thoughts, actually, to start with. I mean, this is an extraordinary political comeback, and Ross, it was a genuine surprise.
Well, it was. The extent of it has been a surprise. We're looking at Donald Trump potentially winning the popular vote as well as a bunch of states. If you look at the map, there's an awful lot of red stretching outward from the center of America. And the interesting thing is that it seemed to pull in voters across the board. So young men in general, you know, white men, black men, Latino men, all gravitating towards Donald Trump or perhaps away from the Democrats. And so, you know, struggling to pull in these voting bases, the Democrats have really, you know, struggled there. And the question is, why? Was this more a vote for Donald Trump and the Republicans or a vote against the Democrats? And what seems to have really driven a lot of it is that sense of feeling adrift. You know, the economic numbers in the US are not bad. The economic record of the Biden White House has not been terrible. However, people feel that you know, they're going downward. They feel that their prospects are weakening when it comes to jobs, wages, the outlook, you know, security, feeling safe in America. And so the message maybe from the Republicans really resonated with them. It's harder to defend your record. It's easier to attack it. And again, that seems to have been the outcome. In the end, it was the economy that helped decide it.
But, Leslie, it does feel like, and again, you know, we'll pour over this for the next 2 to 3 weeks, but the exit polls seem to say that actually the Trump strategy of pitching to male voters, Hispanic voters, you know, black voters, black men, has paid off.
Yeah, and what we've seen is, I think, what many people did not anticipate. It's not a close election. That whole concern that we had about electoral-related violence, I think, is gone because Trump has so clearly delivered a result, both in the Electoral College, which is said to be a very significant result, and as we've just heard, in the popular vote. That is not what was anticipated. The message, you know, what we do know is that people wanted Donald Trump more than they wanted Kamala Harris. The other things, you know, in addition to the message resounding, I think we have to note the rural-urban divide. We've talked about this for a very long time. Clearly, President Biden had done well in 2020 at reversing some of that for the Democrats, at pulling some rural voters. Donald Trump has got those right back in his pocket. The message, whether it's of the economy is not delivering for you, you're left out. There's a question certainly about gender. It looks like women turned out, but there's another big divide. Rural, urban, there's an education divide, right? Non-college educated white women we thought might cross over and vote for Kamala Harris. It looks like that didn't happen. Those numbers we're going to continue to learn more about. But, you know, Francine, the one thing we know right now is that America is delivering a very clear result. They want Donald Trump to be their president more than they want Kamala Harris, and that we are going to have to face directly. It has all sorts of policy implications. It has all sorts of social and economic and democratic implications. The country needs to face it straight on because it is not on the margins. It does not look like there's anything marginal about what the American people have said.
So, Syra, what does that mean for markets? Again, if you have, you know, Trump, you know, once confirmed, will also have the Senate behind him. So it's very likely that he can easily clear his nominees for the Supreme Court, for the Fed, for the cabinet. What does this mean, Syra, in terms of policies?
Well, there's three factors the markets are focused on with a Trump victory and a potential red wave with the House flipping to Republican, and that's taxes, tariffs, and regulations. So starting with regulations, easier regulations for sectors such as U.S. financial should be positive for that sector, as banks would be able to deal with regulations more easily. Tax cuts would be positive for the U.S. economy, and that would be easier for the consumer, take some pressure off corporations, and of course tariffs would make things more U.S.-centric in terms of our manufacturing, and that also would be positive. So short term, it's positive for the equity markets, which is what we're seeing today. I think medium term, the question is, does any of this reignite inflation and cause it to reaccelerate, and how will the Fed deal with that? I think we will get a 25 basis point rate cut today by the Fed in the U.S. later today, but medium term, we are concerned that all of this could reaccelerate inflation, and that could become an issue in the U.S., which has been trying to, of course, clamp down on inflation.
So, Syra, the Trump trade could actually be short-lived.
Well, I think, if you looked at 2016, it was a very strong trade right after he got elected. The Trump trade already started a couple weeks before this election. So I think it could continue for a period of time. It would be positive, as I mentioned, for cyclicals, even for small caps as the U.S. becomes more domestically oriented. And then after a period of time, it's going to depend. If it reignites so much inflation that the Fed is restricted and unable to cut rates and maybe even raise rates, I think that could put this trade at risk. However, if we're able to balance that and these policies are not inflationary, then I think small caps, financial cyclicals would continue to outperform.
Roz, if Donald Trump, if he gets into the White House, is able to clear his nominees, do we have any idea of what kind of team he builds around him?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see that. There's a lot of conversation, I imagine, around the world as people are waking up to this today and, going from theoretical to reality. And then how do you deal with a second Trump presidency from all over the world, depending on his policies? What does he say on the campaign trail versus what he would do as president? And there's been this narrative already that maybe he knows the job better than the first time around. Maybe he understands what he can and cannot do, and maybe he has a more stable team, frankly, around him than in his first administration, where he seemed to pull in people randomly to jobs who they had no experience for. And then, of course, it was, became a very erratic administration in part because of that. And so will he be more careful and considered in who he pulls into his orbit? I imagine there's going to be a lot of jostling now that's going to go on for those positions, people, campaigning essentially for those roles. But does he opt for people who have more direct experience, and what kind of voices will they be in his ear, be it on domestic policy, central banks, fiscal, or of course, all the issues they'll have to deal with around the world, including the Middle East, Ukraine and China?
Leslie, very quickly, I guess now we could be on a showdown over trade with the rest of the world, but also, what role does Elon Musk play in all of this?
That is a big X factor, quite literally. But I think, to come back to the economic policy, Donald Trump could have done tariffs without the Senate. We don't know if he'll get the House, but he will. He has made it very clear. The question is, how high, and are they a bargaining chip or are they real? And I think this gets to the core of what we're going to be facing as Donald Trump begins to prepare for that transition and take place. The world's going to have to hedge. How high is he going to start with the tariffs? What is the ask? What will the negotiating ask be? Because, he's always thinking about the art of the deal. Where does he start? Where does he land? Europe's going to be deeply concerned about the tariffs at a time where we know competitiveness is an issue. The big thing for Europe, though, let's face it, is deep concern about how the war in Ukraine, what the consequence of this will be for the war in Ukraine, for NATO, for America's commitment to European security. And even if Donald Trump stays with Europe, it's not going to be delivered in a way that is predictable and stable. So what the markets say about that, big question, but it won't be clarity of purpose. There is going to be a very different style of governing coming out of the White House after January 20th.
There's so much to unpack. Thank you all for joining us. Leslie Benjamin from Chatham House, Sarah Malik from Nuveen Asset Management, and Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. Now, coming up, S&P futures touch a record high as Donald Trump closes in on victory. So we'll have the latest market reactions. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Thiếu 10 phiếu so với là số phiếu của Fox, nhưng về cơ bản là hiện tại là cái quá trình kiểm phiếu nó cũng tại các bang chiến địa cũng đã gần như là hoàn tất rồi, và như quý vị và các bạn cũng có thể thấy những hình ảnh vừa rồi là ở bang Arizona đấy, là quá trình kiểm phiếu cũng đang bước vào là cái giai đoạn hoàn tất, là gần như là chuẩn bị xong rồi để bang có thể là có được những cái con số về về kết quả bầu cử sơ bộ tại bang này. Đấy, chúng ta có thể lướt qua bên cạnh AP News, ví dụ như là các bạn các bạn dùng Google để các bạn tìm về kết quả bầu cử Mỹ thì cũng có thể là cái kết quả đầu tiên được đưa ra đó chính là kết quả của AP News như chúng ta vừa xem. Đấy, ví dụ như là ở ABC News thì chúng ta có số hiện tại là bà Kamala Harris mới chỉ 219 phiếu đại cử tri, còn ông Trump là 266 phiếu đại cử tri. Đấy thì các đơn vị truyền thông sẽ có một cái sự là đi sau một chút, và tuy nhiên là tới thời điểm hiện tại như chúng tôi đã nói là chúng ta cũng đã biết được gần như là biết được kết quả của người nào sẽ chiến thắng trong cuộc bỏ phiếu của các đại cử tri vào ngày 17 tháng 12 tới. Bên cạnh đó thì một thông tin nữa là tôi nhận được đó là tối nay thì đại diện của chiến dịch tranh cử của bà Kamala Harris thì cũng đã thông báo là sẽ không có bài phát biểu của bà Kamala Harris tại Nevada, và đám đông ủng hộ bà Kamala Harris tại Nevada thì hiện giờ cũng đã giải tán. Vì bà Kamala Harris bà ấy sẽ không phát biểu trong một cái đêm chiến thắng của đối thủ. Đó thì chúng ta cũng tới thời điểm này thì chúng ta cũng gần như là chắc chắn về kết quả rồi, đúng không ạ? Đó thì bên cạnh chúng ta cũng có được là một số cái phản ứng chúng ta có được một số phản ứng. Vâng, có bạn Tố Uyên ở trên VTC Now YouTube, bạn có nói là ông Trump đã phát biểu trúng cử rồi. Đó thì thực tế ra là cả ông Trump cũng đã có phát biểu đắc cử rồi, và bà Kamala Harris thì cũng đã thông qua người đại diện cho chiến dịch tranh cử của mình để hủy cái bài phát biểu vào rạng sáng mùng 6 tháng 11 theo giờ Mỹ, tức là chiều nay mùng 6 tháng 11 theo giờ Việt Nam. Đấy, và tới thời điểm hiện tại thì chúng ta cũng đã có một số lời chúc mừng, có khá là nhiều lời chúc mừng tới từ một số lời chúc mừng ban đầu tới từ lãnh đạo các nước trên thế giới. Ví dụ như là Thủ tướng Israel Benjamin Netanyahu thì ông ấy cũng nói là xin chúc mừng sự trở lại vĩ đại nhất trong lịch sử. Cuộc tái xuất lịch sử của ông tại Nhà Trắng mở ra một khởi đầu mới cho nước Mỹ và một cam kết mạnh mẽ đối với liên minh vĩ đại giữa Israel và Mỹ. Đây là một chiến thắng to lớn. Đấy, hay là Thủ tướng Hungary Viktor Orbán cũng gửi lời chúc mừng là cuộc tái xuất lớn nhất trong lịch sử chính trị Mỹ. Xin chúc mừng Tổng thống Donald Trump về chiến thắng vĩ đại của ông, một chiến thắng rất cần thiết cho thế giới. Đó là một số cái phát biểu của những cái phát biểu rất là sớm của các lãnh đạo trên thế giới, và chúng ta sẽ cũng xem là ví dụ như hiện nay thì chúng tôi cũng được biết là trên mạng xã hội X, tức là mạng xã hội Twitter, trước đây thì cũng các lãnh đạo trên thế giới và các lãnh đạo của Đảng Cộng Hòa cũng như là các lãnh đạo của nước Mỹ, các lãnh đạo trên thế giới, họ cũng đang liên tục là gửi những lời chúc mừng về cho ông Donald Trump. Đấy, ví dụ như là chúng ta có thể lên mạng xã hội X, trên trang chúng ta có trên trang của ông, chúng ta có ở trên trang mạng xã hội X, trang cá nhân của ông Emmanuel Macron, lãnh đạo nước Pháp. Ông ấy có viết là xin chúc mừng ngài Tổng thống Donald Trump. Chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng để làm việc cùng ngài như 4 năm trước, với tất cả sự kính trọng và những hoài bão mong cho hòa bình cũng như là thịnh vượng cho thế giới. Vâng, chúng ta có thể thấy được đây chính là bài viết của ông Emmanuel Macron. Đây, quý vị và các bạn có thể thấy đây chính là bài viết của ông Emmanuel Macron trên mạng xã hội X. Vâng. Bài viết này thì mới được lên cách đây có khoảng 1 tiếng vào 15 giờ 08 phút chiều nay theo giờ Việt Nam. Đó, và bài viết này đã vừa mới lên thôi, đã có 1,8 triệu lượt xem, 4.806 bài đăng lại, 1.026 trích dẫn, 46,8 nghìn lượt thích. Đấy, có thể thấy là những tương tác, những cái lời chúc mừng đang tới với ông Donald Trump. Chúc mừng ông, một lần nữa chúc mừng ông đã trở thành tân tổng thống đắc cử của nước Mỹ. Đấy, và chúng ta cũng có một số phát biểu, một là chúc mừng cũng là một trong những cái phát biểu. Chúng ta có được phát biểu của Tổng thống Ukraine, ông Volodymyr Zelensky. Đấy, ông có đặt kỳ vọng là ông Trump khi trở thành Tổng thống thứ 47 của Mỹ sẽ giúp mang lại hòa bình cho Ukraine. Vâng, đây cũng là một trong những lời gọi là lời chúc mừng, cũng là lời nhắn nhủ, vì chúng ta biết được rằng là trong chiến dịch vận động tranh cử của ông Trump thì ông ấy có nói là việc khi mà ông ấy mà đắc cử, bây giờ thì ông ấy đắc cử rồi, khi mà ông ấy đắc cử thì ông ấy sẽ giải quyết vấn đề xung đột ở Ukraine chỉ trong vòng 24 giờ thôi. Đó, và đến thời điểm hiện tại thì chúng ta biết được thông tin đắc cử là 2 tiếng rồi, còn 22 tiếng nữa. Không biết là ông Trump, ông ấy sẽ làm gì, và chúng ta sẽ xem là có những điều gì sẽ xuất hiện trong ngày mùng 6 cũng như là ngày mùng 7 của chúng ta. Đấy, trong vòng 24 giờ. Đó. Bên cạnh đó thì trong bài phát biểu của ông Trump, chúng ta cũng biết được là chúng ta không thể quên rằng là hôm nay là ngày bầu cử Tổng thống Mỹ, và trong ngày bầu cử Tổng thống Mỹ thì trong ngày bầu cử toàn quốc, tổng tuyển cử của Mỹ thì không chỉ là bầu ra Tổng thống mới mà họ còn bầu những thành viên ở Thượng viện và Hạ viện. Và dự kiến là kỳ bầu cử này thì Đảng Cộng Hòa của ông Trump sẽ thắng lớn ở cả Thượng viện và Hạ viện, và sẽ gọi là giành quyền điều khiển, giành quyền định đoạt ở cả Thượng viện lẫn Hạ viện. Và đây cũng là một tín hiệu đáng mừng cho Đảng Cộng Hòa khi mà ông Donald Trump, người lãnh đạo của Đảng Cộng Hòa, lên làm Tổng thống thứ 47. Thì ông ấy, khi mà ông ấy có sự đồng thuận của cả Thượng viện và Hạ viện, thì những chính sách mới của ông Donald Trump thì mong là thì cũng chúng ta cũng thì phía giới quan sát cũng kỳ vọng là những cái chính sách mới của ông Donald Trump, nếu mà khi mà cả Thượng viện lẫn Hạ viện đều là dưới sự điều khiển của Đảng Cộng Hòa, thì những cái chính sách mới này sẽ sớm được thông qua, và chúng ta có thể là nhìn thấy những cái sự thay đổi khá là nhanh chóng đối với về vấn đề chính sách tại nước Mỹ. Đấy, sau khi mà ông Trump lên nắm quyền. Vâng, và về cái phát biểu của ông Zelensky thì chúng ta cũng có được cái phát biểu của ông Zelensky sau khi mà biết được thông tin là ông Donald Trump đã đắc cử. Thì theo thông tấn xã thì ông Tổng thống Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky thì cũng đã chúc mừng. Đầu tiên là chúc mừng ông Donald Trump giành chiến thắng rất là ấn tượng trong cuộc bầu cử Tổng thống Mỹ năm nay. Đấy, trên trang mạng xã hội X thì ông Zelensky có viết là tôi đánh giá cao cam kết của Tổng thống Donald Trump đối với cách tiếp cận hòa bình thông qua sức mạnh trong các vấn đề toàn cầu. Đây chính xác là nguyên tắc có thể thực sự mang lại hòa bình công bằng ở Ukraine nhanh hơn. Đấy, và chúng ta có thể thấy ở đây, vâng, chúng ta có thể thấy ở đây ông Zelensky. Vâng, bài viết của ông Zelensky đấy, cũng khá là dài và chi tiết. Đấy, chúng ta có thể thấy đây là bài viết của Tổng thống Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky ở trên mạng xã hội X. Đấy, bên cạnh việc ông chúc mừng ông Trump thì ông cũng đặt ra kỳ vọng là sẽ mong sớm có được hòa bình trên đất Ukraine. Vâng, chúng ta có hiện tại thì chúng ta có các câu hỏi mới ở trên VTC Now, ví dụ như là bạn Kháng Nguyên Văn nói là nó còn là thủ tục, thì đúng là như vậy. Những cái công tác kiểm phiếu thì năm nay thì như những cái chúng ta, nếu mà quý vị và các bạn theo dõi VTC Now trong quá trình mà các ứng viên tổng thống, ví dụ như là bà Kamala Harris hay ví dụ như ông Donald Trump trong quá trình vận động tranh cử thì có những cái kết quả khảo sát, và chúng ta có những cái kết quả khảo sát hàng tháng, rồi sau đấy là khi tới gần ngày bầu cử là hàng tuần, rồi hàng ngày, thậm chí là hàng ngày. Và chúng ta thấy là có một cái sự rất là xít xao giữa trong các cuộc khảo sát giữa hai ứng cử viên, và vì thế nên là có những cái rất là sự nghi ngại, đặc biệt là ở những bang chiến trường. Đó, ở những bang chiến trường thì họ rất là năm nay là phải đề cao cảnh giác, vì có rất là nhiều những cái ví dụ như là có thể là có sự phá hoại hay là có những cái mất an ninh. Ví dụ như là ngay trước ngày bầu cử Mỹ thì chúng ta vài ngày đấy thì chúng ta có thể là thấy là có những cái hòm phiếu bị cháy. Đó, hay là có những cái sự cố, ví dụ như là sự cố có cử tri bấm ủng hộ ông Trump nhưng mà máy nó lại nhảy sang ủng hộ bà Harris chẳng hạn. Đấy, tuy nhiên nha, cái máy này mới chỉ là cái máy để mà in ra cái thông tin bầu cử thôi, cũng không phải là chuyện gì quá là to tát. Và sau đấy thì ở các bang chiến địa, không chỉ ở các bang chiến địa mà các bang khác nữa, thì khi họ phát hiện là có bất kỳ những cái gì mà nó là sai sót ở trong quá trình kiểm phiếu thì họ sẽ, ví dụ như là nhiều bang sẽ mang lại đến hàng chục nghìn, họ sẽ lấy ra hàng chục nghìn cái lá phiếu đã được kiểm rồi, và nếu mà có sai sót gì thì họ lại đem kiểm lại đến hàng chục nghìn lá phiếu như vậy. Đó. Thì năm nay là các quá trình bầu cử, các quá trình từ là mang các cử tri đi bỏ phiếu tới nơi bỏ phiếu, rồi cũng như là quá trình kiểm phiếu đều được tăng cường an ninh rất là chặt chẽ. Đấy, trước thềm bầu cử diễn ra thì Đảng Dân Chủ là còn lo ngại là nếu mà năm nay ông Trump mà ông ấy thua cuộc thì có thể là một sự việc ngày mùng 6 tháng 1 lại diễn ra, một sự bạo loạn ở đồi Capitol lại diễn ra. Đấy, thế nên là đã có cả vệ binh quốc gia Mỹ cũng được điều động để tham gia siết chặt an ninh tại các sự kiện bầu cử. Đấy, tuy nhiên thì chúng ta cũng biết được là ông Trump đã chiến thắng rồi. Vâng, bạn Tuấn Mạnh có hỏi là nay có phải là ngày bầu cử tổng thống đâu, mà hỏi là 24 giờ. Thì xin thông tin lại với bạn là đến thời điểm hiện tại là theo thông tin từ Fox News, đấy, cũng như là theo các nguồn tin của các hãng thông tấn uy tín, thì chúng ta cũng biết là quá trình kiểm phiếu, quá trình bầu cử là bắt đầu từ quá trình là bắt đầu ngày bầu cử là từ 0 giờ ngày mùng 5 tháng 11. Tuy nhiên là cử tri Mỹ thì cũng đã năm nay là cũng đã đi bỏ phiếu sớm rồi. Đấy, thế nên là quá trình bầu cử là cũng đã diễn ra và cũng đã tới thời điểm là 1 giờ chiều nay thì điểm cuối cùng, điểm của bỏ phiếu cuối cùng đã được đóng cửa, các hòm phiếu được đóng và kiểm đếm. Và chúng ta thấy là một tốc độ kiểm đếm phiếu là rất là nhanh trong năm nay. Đây là một điều mà có thể nói là một niềm vui với những người mà làm, những người mà đưa tin, những phóng viên như chúng tôi. Thì chúng ta cũng biết được rằng ví dụ như là năm 2020 đúng không ạ? Thì có rất là nhiều rắc rối và trục trặc xảy ra khiến kéo dài quá trình kiểm phiếu. Đến rất là lâu sau thì chúng ta mới biết được kết quả. Nhưng mà năm nay thì chúng ta đã biết được ngay trong buổi sáng hôm sau của ngày bầu cử Mỹ. Đấy, và thế nên là khi mà có kết quả thì ông Trump, ông ấy cũng đã chiến thắng rồi. Ông Trump đã chiến thắng và tới thời điểm hiện tại là chúng ta biết rằng là ông ấy đã là tân tổng thống đắc cử rồi. Đó, và ông ấy có hứa là trong 24 giờ thì ông ấy sẽ có thể giải quyết ngay cái xung đột ở Ukraine. Để chúng ta cũng không biết được là lời hứa ấy sẽ được thực hiện như thế nào. Đấy, tương tự như là những lời hứa, ví dụ như là ông ấy hứa là sẽ đưa đất nước Mỹ vĩ đại trở lại, và ông ấy có nói trong bài phát biểu của mình, là trong 4 năm trước, trong nhiệm kỳ trước thì ông ấy cũng đã có những lời hứa khi mà vận động tranh cử đó, và ông ấy cũng đã có những lời hứa đấy, nhưng mà ông ấy vẫn đang dang dở, ông ấy chưa thể thực hiện được lời hứa vì ông ấy mới chỉ xong cái nhiệm kỳ 4 năm đầu tiên thôi. Đấy, thì bây giờ nhiệm kỳ 4 năm tiếp theo sẽ là nhiệm kỳ của ông Donald Trump, và chúng ta sẽ xem những lời hứa mà ông ấy đặt ra, ông ấy có hoàn thành được không. Đó, thì chúng ta sẽ cùng chờ xem. Và những lời hứa đó thì theo cá nhân tôi đánh giá thì những lời hứa đó có thể là sẽ là những chính sách mang tính chất rất là thẳng thắn và cứng rắn, được đưa ra trong vòng 100 ngày khi bắt đầu kể từ khi mà ông ý lên nhậm chức vào ngày 20 tháng 1 năm 2025 sắp tới. Thì sẽ chắc là trong khoảng 100 ngày thì ông Trump dự kiến là có thể là tạo ra một cái dấu ấn, chắc chắn là sẽ tạo ra được dấu ấn khi mà năm nay Đảng Cộng Hòa đều đã thắng ở cả Thượng viện và Hạ viện. Vâng, và chúng ta cũng có một cái thông tin cũng rất là hay trong bài phát biểu của ông Trump, đó là ông ấy nói rằng là ông ấy tỏ ra rất là tiếc nuối khi ngày mùng 5 tháng 11, ngày mùng 5 tháng 11 là ông ấy đi vận động tranh cử lần cuối cùng trong cuộc đời. Vì ông ấy bây giờ ông vận động tranh cử mà ông ấy trúng cử là ông ấy sẽ, khi mà ông hoàn thành nhiệm kỳ thứ 2 của ông ấy là ông ấy không thể là ứng cử tiếp được nữa. Đó. Thế nên là ông ấy tỏ ra rất là tiếc nuối. Ông Donald Trump có nói là tôi rất là tiếc nuối khi mà tôi không còn là có thể vận động tranh cử được nữa. Ông ấy nói rằng là tôi rất là yêu cái việc vận động tranh cử khi mà ông ấy ngồi xuống và tới những điểm tiếp xúc với cả các cử tri của Mỹ và nói chuyện với các cử tri của Mỹ và đưa ra những cái lời hứa, đưa ra những cái chính sách, cái suy nghĩ của ông. Đấy, thì ông nói là ông ấy rất là yêu thích cái công việc đấy. Tuy nhiên thì khi mà ông ấy đã đắc cử rồi thì ông ấy sẽ, khi mà đã trở thành tổng thống đắc cử thì ông ấy sẽ mang tới cho người Mỹ những điều mà họ đáng được hưởng, cho họ hưởng những điều mà đáng được hưởng. Đó cũng là một trong những lời hứa của ông Donald Trump và chúng ta sẽ chờ xem. Vâng, bạn Hiền Trang có nói là còn hơn 2 tháng nữa thì là chuyển giao quyền lực. Đúng như vậy, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì như chúng ta cũng biết là kể cả cái thời điểm mà khi mới chúng ta biết là ở thời điểm khi mà ông Trump vẫn còn là ứng cử viên tổng thống Đảng Cộng Hòa đó, khi vào thời điểm mà ông Zelensky tới thăm Mỹ, tới Nhà Trắng và cũng đã cố gắng có được một cuộc nói chuyện với cả ông Donald Trump. Đó thì tức là từ khi mà là ứng cử viên tổng thống Đảng Cộng Hòa thì ông Trump cũng đã có những cái ảnh hưởng nhất định tới cái cuộc xung đột ở Ukraine, và ông ấy cũng đã lời hứa là sẽ giải quyết cuộc xung đột này. Thì chúng ta cũng sẽ chờ xem là ông ấy sẽ giải quyết như thế nào. Vâng, còn ngày 20 tháng 1 thì ông Trump mới lên. Thì tuy nhiên thì chúng ta cũng biết được là để mà được ngày 20 tháng 1 là thời điểm mà chính quyền đương nhiệm là của ông Joe Biden sẽ chuyển giao quyền lực cho chính quyền tiếp theo của tân tổng thống đắc cử Donald Trump, thì chúng ta cũng biết là sẽ phải trải qua một cái quá trình, đó là hôm nay là chúng ta biết được là cứ nói là cái phiếu đại cử tri là gì, đúng không ạ? Thì ông Trump giành được bao nhiêu phiếu đại cử tri, bà Kamala Harris giành được bao nhiêu phiếu đại cử tri, là cái phiếu đại cử tri đó là những người được các cử tri Mỹ bầu ra để có thể là tới ngày 17 tháng 12 tới đây là sẽ tới để bỏ phiếu bầu một ứng cử viên của Đảng Dân Chủ hoặc là Đảng Cộng Hòa trở thành là tổng thống đắc cử mới của nước Mỹ. Cái số phiếu nó favor ai, cái số phiếu nó nghiêng về ai, thì chỉ cần là 270 phiếu, tức là quá bán rồi, đúng không ạ? Chúng ta có nước Mỹ, vâng, chúng ta có một cái tính toán nho nhỏ thôi. Đấy, tức là chúng ta có nước Mỹ là có 538 phiếu đại cử tri. Đó, tức là 538 phiếu đại cử tri này thì chia đôi ra, có 2 ứng cử viên thì chia đôi ra là 269, đúng không ạ? 269 phiếu đại cử tri, tức là người nào giành quá bán 270 là người ấy là được số đông ủng hộ rồi. Đó, thì cũng có cái trường hợp bây giờ thì ông Trump ông ý chiến thắng rồi thì chúng ta không nói đến trường hợp này nữa. Thế tuy nhiên thì nó cũng là một cái rất là cũng rất là thú vị khi mà vậy thì có người nói rằng là cái số 538 phiếu đấy nó lại chẵn, nó lại chia đôi thành 269 phiếu. Đấy, thì trong cái trường hợp mà 269 phiếu, hai người đều được 269 phiếu thì sao? Đấy, thì chúng ta sẽ nếu mà quý vị và các bạn mà có theo dõi luồng trực tiếp của chúng ta, nhất là vào trong buổi tối hôm qua, thì chắc chắn là các bạn sẽ có được câu trả lời một cách rõ ràng hơn. Đấy. Vâng, có các bạn có nói là đài Fox News là nhanh nhất thì cũng đúng như vậy. Còn các đài như là CNN rồi ABC News, các đài khác thì kể cả Reuters, đấy, những đài này thì cũng đang cập nhật thông tin khá là chậm hơn so với là thông tin mà chúng ta được biết cho đến thời điểm hiện tại. Đấy, và chúng ta được biết là không chỉ là ở Mỹ mà truyền thông trên khắp thế giới cũng đã đưa tin là ông Trump đắc cử rồi. Đó, và tới thời điểm hiện tại là chúng ta có thể khẳng định là ông Trump đã đắc cử rồi. Đấy, và các bạn có hỏi là ông Trump đã được nắm quyền chưa hay là phải chờ đến năm 2025, thì chúng tôi có thể nói luôn là đến thời điểm hiện tại thì ông Trump vẫn là hiện tại thì vẫn mới chỉ là ứng cử viên Đảng Cộng Hòa thôi. Đấy, và cái thông tin mà bầu cử sơ bộ, của chúng ta là có là chúng ta biết được là đại cử tri sẽ bỏ phiếu bầu cho ông Donald Trump. Và khi mà đại cử tri bỏ phiếu bầu cho ông Donald Trump thì ông ấy sẽ trở thành tân tổng thống đắc cử vào ngày 17 tháng 12. Sau khi mà ông ấy trở thành tân tổng thống đắc cử vào ngày 17 tháng 12 thì đến tận ngày 20 tháng 1 năm 2025, đó thì tới thời điểm đó mới là thời điểm chuyển giao quyền lực giữa chính phủ cũ của chính phủ đương nhiệm của ông Joe Biden với chính quyền mới của ông Donald Trump. Đó, và những cái sự kiện như là ngày 17 tháng 12 và ngày 20 tháng 1 thì quý vị khán giả có thể là tiếp tục theo dõi chúng tôi trên ứng dụng VTC Now cũng như là các mạng xã hội, các nền tảng mạng xã hội VTC Now ở trên YouTube, ở trên Facebook, để chúng tôi sẽ gửi tới cho quý vị những hình ảnh trực tiếp, những hình ảnh mới nhất và những cập nhật thông tin mới nhất về các sự kiện này. Đó, ví dụ như là chúng ta có thể thấy là hành trình của chúng ta cũng đã được là gần 24 tiếng rồi, đúng không ạ? Chúng ta đã có bắt đầu là hòm phiếu, chúng ta có ví dụ như là ngày mùng 5 các mốc đáng chú ý, ví dụ như là ngày mùng 5 tháng 11 vào 12 giờ trưa, chúng ta có Knoxville là cái địa điểm mà bỏ phiếu đầu tiên ở nước Mỹ mà vẫn giữ cái tục lệ là cứ đến nửa đêm thì họ bắt đầu họ đi bỏ phiếu, trở thành những người bỏ phiếu đầu tiên ở nước Mỹ chẳng hạn. Đó thì cũng rất là vui. Và ở khu vực này thì cũng chỉ có 6 cử tri thôi. Thế là quá trình gửi phiếu, quá trình đưa phiếu bầu rồi sau đấy quá trình kiểm phiếu rất là nhanh. Đấy, chỉ không đến 1 phút là xong. Đấy, đó cũng là những cái điểm rất là thú vị của cuộc bầu cử Mỹ năm nay. Sau đấy là chúng ta có được là các bang bắt đầu là mở các hòm phiếu, rồi chúng ta có một số cái trục trặc, ví dụ như là chúng ta có được là các bang là liên tục là trong ngày bầu cử là bị gửi những cái lời đe dọa đánh bom đấy, hay là họ có một số cái trục trặc về kỹ thuật, nên là nhưng mà đến thời điểm hiện tại thì hầu như các bang đều đã bỏ phiếu xong và đã xử lý gần như là ok xong các cái vấn đề này. Để chúng ta thấy được là kỳ bầu cử Mỹ năm nay là một kỳ bầu cử cũng khá là an toàn và suôn sẻ, cũng gần như là chúng ta cũng không thấy là nhiều sóng gió như ví dụ như là năm 2020 chúng ta thấy rất là nhiều sóng gió. Và năm 2020 một phần là cũng do là đại dịch Covid-19 nữa. Đó, thì khi đó là chúng ta thấy là có rất nhiều vấn đề xảy ra. Đấy, nhưng mà năm nay thì là một năm theo chúng tôi đánh giá là một kỳ bầu cử Mỹ khá là an toàn, yên bình, nó cũng không có gì là bất ổn cả. Và chúng ta cũng thấy là năm nay rút kinh nghiệm từ năm 2020, đúng không ạ? Rút kinh nghiệm từ năm 2020 thì các bang đã có những cái phương án để có thể là khi mà số lượng cử tri đi bầu sớm Đấy, năm nay là 74 triệu cử tri cử tri Mỹ đi bầu cử sớm, đây là một con số là lớn nhất từ trước đến nay. Đấy, và khi mà đến bầu cử sớm như vậy thì các bang cũng không còn lúng túng trong việc xử lý phiếu bầu nữa. Họ đề ra những cái phương án ví dụ như là cho xử lý phiếu sớm này, hoặc là xử lý phiếu ngay khi mà bắt đầu mở hòm phiếu vào ngày mùng 5 tháng 11, hay là được xử lý vào khi mà đóng hòm phiếu vào mùng 5 tháng 11. Đó, và cái quy trình kiểm phiếu cũng đã được cải tiến hơn. Nên năm nay chúng ta đã có được kết quả vào khoảng chiều, tức là 13 giờ 15 theo giờ Việt Nam đấy. Tức là 1 giờ 15 phút chiều nay. Tức là chỉ khoảng 15 phút sau khi bang cuối cùng, địa điểm cuối cùng ở trên đất nước Mỹ là đóng hòm phiếu là chúng ta đã có kết quả rồi. Đó, đây là năm nay là chúng ta thấy là một sự cố gắng rất là lớn của lực lượng kiểm phiếu của nước Mỹ. Vâng, chúng ta được thấy là những hình ảnh mà hiện tại cũng là một hình ảnh rất là yên bình. Đất nước Mỹ cũng đang được nghỉ ngơi một chút sau một đêm có thể nói là không phải là một đêm mà là một ngày quá là nhiều sự xáo trộn, quá là nhiều những cái bất ngờ, đúng không ạ? Chúng ta nói về ngày bầu cử Mỹ, chúng ta nói về kết quả bầu cử Mỹ, ví dụ như là ở các bang chiến địa. Đấy, chúng ta bắt đầu là khi bắt đầu các hòm phiếu đóng vào. Chúng ta có ví dụ bắt đầu là từ 8 giờ sáng nay là khi mà các hòm phiếu bắt đầu đóng vào và có kết quả kiểm phiếu, thì chúng ta thấy được là ở các bang là các bang đỏ rất là nhanh và màu đỏ chiếm rất là nhanh trên bản đồ nước Mỹ. Đấy, các bang liên tục đỏ, trong khi mà chúng ta sốt ruột nhìn mãi mới chỉ có 4 bang màu xanh. Đó, rồi sau đấy là chúng ta thấy được là tiếp tục là các bang màu đỏ liên tục xuất hiện tới khi mà ông Trump có được một cái lợi thế áp đảo. Đấy, dẫn trước bà Kamala Harris có khi đến hàng chục điểm phiếu đại cử tri. Sau đấy thì chúng ta lại thấy được là sau khi mà các bang xanh mà kiểm phiếu xong, chúng ta lại thấy một cái sự đảo lộn khi mà thấy bà Kamala Harris là bắt đầu rút ngắn cái khoảng cách. Bà ấy lúc đấy là ông Trump là mới tầm khoảng 200 mười mấy phiếu thì bà ấy đã 205 phiếu. Tức là chúng ta có một cái sự ganh đua rất là có thể nói là ganh đua rất là xít xao. Đấy, tuy nhiên kết quả cuối cùng thì chúng ta thấy là nó cũng không hẳn là xít xao quá khi mà các bang chiến địa đã báo kết quả tuy khá là muộn, đúng không ạ? Đến tận hơn nửa đêm thì các bang này lần lượt là đóng hòm phiếu từ khoảng 8 giờ cho đến 10 giờ tối, và sau đấy là đến tầm khoảng 1 giờ chiều là các bang này đã có kết quả rồi. Đấy. Thế là chúng ta thấy là ví dụ như là ở các bang chiến địa là lúc thì ví dụ như là chúng ta có thể nói là một bang rất là quan trọng, bang chiến địa rất là quan trọng, ví dụ như bang Pennsylvania chẳng hạn. Đó, chúng ta thấy là lúc đầu thì bang này lại chớm màu xanh. Đấy, rồi chúng ta thấy là tỷ lệ bà Kamala, tỷ lệ đầu phiếu phổ thông của bà Kamala Harris ở bang này lại liên tục là dẫn trước ông Trump và có vẻ như là muốn nới rộng khoảng cách. Đấy, và khi mà đã nới rộng khoảng cách bỗng dưng đến một thời điểm thì chúng ta lại thấy là cái khoảng cách này bị thu ngắn lại một cách rất là nhanh chóng, và ông Trump là lập tức là ông đảo chiều ở bang này, và bang này sau đó thì đã công bố là ông Trump là đã giành theo cái kết quả sơ bộ ở bang này thì ví dụ như là Fox News đã công bố là ông Trump giành chiến thắng ở bang Pennsylvania. Đó, và ông Trump thì ông cũng đã nói là nếu mà tôi chiến thắng ở bang Pennsylvania là tôi sẽ chiến thắng ở trong cuộc bầu cử Mỹ năm nay. Đó là chiến thắng toàn bộ, và cũng đúng như là lời tiên đoán của ông ấy. chúng ta thấy là ông ấy cũng đã chiến thắng một cái chiến thắng cũng khá là thuyết phục, đúng không ạ? Khi mà ông ấy giành được chiến thắng ở các bang chiến địa trong năm nay. Đấy, giành được hàng loạt chiến thắng ở các bang chiến địa, và đấy là một điều mà thực sự là với cũng khá là bất ngờ với giới quan sát, có thể nói là khá là bất ngờ với giới quan sát, vì tới tận thời điểm trước khi thời điểm bỏ phiếu, trước khi thời điểm mà các hòm phiếu đóng lại vào khoảng sáng nay, tầm khoảng đến sáng nay đó, thì các giới quan sát cũng như là các nhà nhận định cũng chỉ nói rằng là năm nay là kết quả vẫn rất là xít xao. Đấy, vẫn chưa thể là thấy là ứng cử viên nào có thể giành được lợi thế. Đấy, nhưng mà có vẻ như là ông Donald Trump đã cũng biết trước được điều này, mà chúng ta cũng theo dõi luồng trực tiếp, đúng không ạ? Chúng ta thấy được là ông Donald Trump, ông ấy đã nói khi mà ông ấy bỏ phiếu ở West Palm Beach, ông ấy nói là năm nay thì tôi nghĩ là chiến thắng nó sẽ không xít sao đâu, mà nó sẽ là một chiến thắng áp đảo. Đó. Và chúng ta cũng biết được là ông Donald Trump, ông ấy cũng đã có một màn phát biểu cũng khá là đầy cảm xúc sau khi mà nhận được tin là ông ấy đắc cử. Và trong bài phát biểu đấy thì ông ấy cũng đã khen ngợi rất nhiều về Elon Musk, một vị tỷ phú mà như chúng ta cũng đã biết là đã thay đổi quyết định của mình từ lúc là ông ấy ủng hộ Đảng Dân Chủ, bây giờ ông ấy lại ủng hộ Đảng Cộng Hòa, và cũng là một người đã giúp ông Trump cũng rất là tích cực trong quá trình vận động bầu cử ở chặng nước rút, những chặng nước rút cuối cùng. Và chúng ta cũng thấy được là ông Trump đã cũng bước vào một cuộc đua năm nay với một hành trang rất là phi thường, và ông cũng năm nay thì có thể nói là ông ấy đã giành được một cái chiến thắng hết sức là thuyết phục. Và các nhà quan sát thì đã chỉ ra được là có 5 điểm. 5 điểm là 5 nhân tố rất là quan trọng để giúp ông Trump được trở lại Nhà Trắng. Đó. Và đầu tiên thì ông ấy có được, thứ nhất là ông ấy có cái tâm trạng thất vọng của cử tri với hướng đi hiện tại của đất nước. Đây là có một cái cuộc thăm dò của ABC Ipsos thì cho biết là kể từ năm 1980 thì chỉ số thống kê về tỷ lệ cử tri nghĩ rằng là nước Mỹ đang đi sai hướng. Thì từ những cái này, từ những cái suy nghĩ này có thể là đã định hướng khi mà ông Trump, ông ấy có một cái có thể nói là ông ấy có một cái khẩu hiệu là nước Mỹ trên hết, nước Mỹ đầu tiên đấy. Đấy, người Mỹ trên hết, nước Mỹ đầu tiên. Đấy, ông ấy sẽ tập trung vào và đưa tất cả những cái của cải vật chất của nước Mỹ trở lại nước Mỹ và phục vụ cho người dân Mỹ. Đấy, thế nên là đây cũng có thể là một cái điểm mà ông Trump, ông ấy đã thuyết phục được cử tri. Chúng ta biết là nhận thức của công chúng về nền kinh tế Mỹ thì cho thấy là cử tri rất là lo lắng khi giá cả chỉ tăng 2,1% vào tháng 9 so với cùng kỳ năm trước, và nền kinh tế cũng tăng trưởng 2,8% trong quý trước. Nhưng mà 75% cử tri thì vẫn cho rằng là kinh tế Mỹ đang trong tình trạng tồi tệ. Theo một cái thăm dò chúng ta thấy là